So the SPY is currently having a dip, and you guys are all well aware our number one focus this week was to buy oversold dips. In terms of the market, it's going to attempt to have a strong bullish closing week. We're going to try our best to confirm that one step at a time. But there could be a trade setting up here soon. So we're going to get straight into the live trading for the SPY. Right now we're sitting at 777. As you can see, we are at a key critical level on the SPY. If you go to the 4-hour chart yesterday, you know, this was literally the exact lows for a massive breakout to retest that wick that still hasn't hit. We still have not hit that wick at 779, which is a high probability of where we're going to be going for the day. So, you know, this can have a strong bullish reversal and retest the highs and push higher. The question is this the lows, or is the lows, down here in the 7-7, 3 to 4 range, right? So, if you look at the chart, the SPY here, right? SPY here has a clear break and retest, you know? We got a clear break and retest level right here, right? This is a very strong level where we can bottom for the day. It is a bit early on the overall day, right? Could bounce first, then go lower. In terms of confirmations, it's attempting to do a 30-minute green. That would get us at red green if it happened, right? So traders definitely setting up, 100%. This is just starting to sideways crunch. It's either about to rip back up or have one more dip and then rip back up. Either way, this is going to rip back up. Without a doubt, we should retest the highs. So, looking for confirmations, looking for entries. It's a little bit earlier. The low of the day has been coming in recently around 12 p.m. and we're getting closer and closer to that time. But yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. We're gonna have a trade. We're gonna have a trade today, 100%. We'll see if that's gonna be made very soon or within the next 1 to 2 hours. We'll see. It's just this is a situation where as long as the market reverses, I don't have to be right the first time, you know? We're gonna bank regardless if we get in too early into something, right? It is a little bit more on the earlier side. Um, but yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. It's very tempting. So last time something like this happened, it was very close to the bottom and then it started bouncing. If you look at the 30-minute red down, guys, this is the best market to be in, bro. This is gonna absolutely try its best to have a bullish reversal. Um, you know, so yeah, there's gonna be an opportunity for calls. 100%. 100%. But yeah, we'll see. It's a little bit more on the earlier side. We're at a good level. You guys can see this a very strong break and retest zone. Ever since it hit this zone, it's starting to, flatten out a bit. No longer just flushing at the speed of light. Now it's just kind of sitting, right? So, we'll see. We're going to be eyeing, bro, I'm telling you, bro, these levels, all these levels, we're going to be eyeing all of these two zones. These zones right here. It's either going to bottom right here or it's going to bottom right here. So as long as it reverses, bro, I could literally just buy calls. Those will come back to life and go green. And if it crashes, I could just buy more calls. You know, I could literally size it in a way where I can size in half at one strike, half at another strike. There's so many things, you know, you can do with options. Options give you options to be green, you know, if something drops first and then reverses and comes back to life. There's no way in fucks I'm missing out on this play, you know, because this has high probabilities of getting new highs of the day, right? So there's no way in fucks I'm missing out on this. So yeah, we'll see. Like I said, there could be a trade soon because the way this is reacting, I'm telling you guys, I was watching the SPY off stream. I was looking at how it was reacting. I'm like, bro, it's just sitting. It started fucking just sitting towards this break and retest level right here. This green, red, green, break, retest. Like, guys, look at this fucking chart, bro. Look at this. Green, red, green, breakout, retest, new highs. Drop back down, retest, new highs. This is the first time it tested this level right here. You know, this is going to be the, if you want to know when SPY is going to go parabolic and to buy the breakout, is literally right here. This literally tells you when that's going to happen. Literally 777 right there. That's when it's in that zone right there. That's the breakout zone. We start breaking above that, it's going to go straight to new highs. If we bottom here, then that could be the exact lows. Look at how it's reacting, dude. Look, if you guys look at how the SPY is reacting, it's clearly fucked. You know, it's clearly fucked. This is no longer like, oh, this is bearish. No, if you look at how it's reacting, a clear trend reversal is like trying to set up, bro. If you look at how this shit is reacting, this is no longer, oh, this is a bearish fucking free fall, fucking, oh yeah, bearish, 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 red, bearish, bearish. No. If you guys look at how this is reacting, look, it's stuck. You see what I'm saying, bro? They're trying to squeeze this in fucking reverse. I don't even have to look at the other time frames. I'm just looking at the 30-minute chart right now, just seeing how this is reacting. All of a sudden, the Bears they're running out of momentum. They're running out of steam, you know? The way this is reacting, it's clearly stuck. It's clearly stuck at one of the best levels. Like this could literally be the lows. The low of day today could be right around here, you know? We're a bit early on the day, right? Um, but the way this is reacting, this is not reacting bearish anymore. It's not. It keeps on trying to flip this screen. It's slowing down. It's like it's glitched. You know what I mean? When this happens at support, it goes green, it goes fucking crazy. So let's take a look at the other time frame. Bro, there's gonna be a trade coming up. I'm telling dude, I don't give a fuck. I'll just get in. It's gonna come back to life regardless if it's too soon. Like, this is a fucking gold mine. There's no way in fucks I'm missing out on this. You guys can start light. You know? It's like, bro, I'm getting ready to make a trade, dude. I think I've seen enough, you know? I'm getting ready to make that trade. Obviously, guys, we're lacking confirmations. 100%, bro. We're lacking confirmations. It's still a little bit too early. It can easily drop a little bit more before bottoming, right? Let's take a look. What are the prices at? All right, so the prices are bro, they're too cheap. Fuck. Yeah, so guys, just understand, bro. In a situation like this, dude, the first trade that I make, I'm not aiming for the exact lows. It could be the exact lows, but that's not what I'm aiming for, bro. Just, you could think of my first trade as this can drop, or it can be the exact lows. Regardless, it should print. And we're gonna make a second trade if it starts dropping, because this is a fucking gold mine. So guys, I am missing out on this, bro. There's no way. I don't care to time this perfectly. I don't care if this is not the exact, bro. I'm not missing this play. Calls are cheap as fuck. This is insane, bro. 776 calls. We bought the same calls yesterday. They was at 100 cents. Dude, they're at 119 cents right now. Like, are you fucking kidding me? They're that fucking cheap? They're at 115 cents. Yesterday we bought them at 100 and we bought them later into the day, way later. So, you know, if you look at the chart, there's no confirmation, right? There are signals that this could try to flip bullish and we're at good levels, right? So we're at a good placement, 100%. We're at a good placement. But like I said, man, I'm gonna keep a very close eye on this, and when I make that trade, I'm gonna make it. You know, right now, my intent looking at this, it's not to get in at the exact lows, it's to get in. That's my intention right now. So if you get in, you could start light, or you can just not take it, risk missing out, and then if it drops, you know, the second trade should be the near bottom. You know, we'll use a could always use a stronger confirmation on the second trade. But it's just, dude, they're too cheap. You see what I'm saying? The options are too cheap where I have to get in. If I think this has high probabilities of getting new highs of the day, bro, $100 a contract for 776 calls, I have to get in. You know, like the price is too cheap. Like the price is gonna get me to buy rather than wait for the best confirmation. It's too good of a deal. You know, so that's where I'm at. I don't give a fuck personally about a confirmation or fucking in a situation like this. When something's this cheap, you start like you stick with the thesis, and if it drops, you wait for a better confirmation, and then you buy a second strike, and both of the strikes should fucking work if the thesis plays out. So, guys, I'm telling you, man, there's gonna be a big trade. Um, you know, I'm willing to just get in. So I'm just waiting for that opportunity for calls, man. I like what I'm seeing. You know, I really do like what I'm seeing. So yeah, I'm just gonna wait for that play. And you know, this is gonna be amazing. It's gonna be amazing. So yeah, we will see. 100%. You know, just know SPY has high probabilities of a bullish reversal today. Um, so yeah, we got high probabilities of a bullish reversal to go back to the highs. You know, it's a little bit early in the day. We're at some good levels. We lack some confirmations, but I've seen confirmation on the 30-minute chart where it's going to try to reverse. You know, so it's more about getting a good deal and buying low if I was to get in now. If I wait for a confirmation, I could end up buying at a higher price. So yeah, man, we'll see. You know, 30-minute candles getting ready to close here in 13 minutes. This can just flip, you know, red to green, which would then cause me to buy the calls with the first green 30-minute candle. Um, if you take a look at the hourly chart, even okay, so the hourly chart is saying that it's bullish. This is very similar to yesterday. So the reason why I'm tempted to get in just right now is because we're at a good level, and like I said, this can just instantly flip bullish. Um, so yeah, this is good. I like what I'm seeing. Everything is good. Everything is in alignment. I love, oh, dude, everything is bullish. So guys, I'm probably gonna get in on this trade here very soon, you know? Um, Probably gonna do a 776 call. Um, so yeah, let's see. 776 calls, 120 cents. That's what they're at now. Oh my gosh, see, bro, they keep trying to flip it green. That's what they're gonna try to do. They're gonna try their absolute best to close this green. If not, they drop it one more dollar and then it reverses. That's how I see it. You know, we're at a very strong level, bro. We're at a very fucking strong level. If it doesn't bottom here, it's gotta bottom at 7-7, like fives. Like this isn't just gonna keep on crashing, dude. So we'll see. If we start to break out here, I'm probably gonna get in calls. If this closes green, I'm probably gonna get calls. You know, I might end up buying the calls before it closes green. We'll see. So guys, we're gonna see how this reacts here. There might be a trade on calls here soon. You know, you could start light and just get in. If it drops more, we'll buy another strike. Both the strikes will fucking print. You know, we can use more of a confirmation on a second trade. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see, man. Getting close. I'm getting close. Very tempted to just get in on this. Bro, if they start breaking this out, dude, I'm gonna have to get in on that. You know? I'm gonna have to be buying these calls if they start breaking this out. But yeah, man. I'm telling you guys, dude, there's a magnet at new highs. I'm telling you, it's there. There's a magnet at new highs, bro. It's the same shit as yesterday. People can't see that. They didn't watch the fucking game plan. It didn't even need an update. The game plan said the market's gonna try to close bullish this week. You know, didn't even have to post a new one. Same fucking levels as yesterday, breaking retests, you know? Fucking, I'm just waiting to use that game plan, bro. That game plan's been going strong. So fucking strong. I didn't have to post another one. I'm just waiting to buy calls again, bro. You know? Like I said, I don't even have to be in at the bottom. All the contracts are so cheap. All it has to do is just reverse. I don't even have to buy the low, you know? It just has to reverse. That's why I'm saying some in a lot of situations I would rather have the first trade drop because if it's gonna reverse anyways, I can make another trade and that's 2 wins and I can add to the winners and that's more money. You know? If I'm in on a trade and it drops 50%, that's an opportunity to buy another strike at a cheaper, lower price to make bigger gains because it dropped and still has the bullish recovery. So, there's no way in fucks I risk missing out. There's no way. If I'm playing for a bullish reversal, why would I care to buy at the exact lows for the first trade? If it goes lower, there's a better opportunity. So I would want it to go lower. Um, but this is clearly lacking some confirmations, obviously. But we're at good prices. Um, I think once we get more towards 12 to 1, we can really start to bottom. But I've seen too many reasons for this to not reverse, so I'm just waiting for the opportunity on calls. I was very interested in taking it here, but I still didn't take it yet. So we'll see how this unfolds. Um, see how this plays out. Um, but yeah, if there's any stocks you guys are watching, um, you know, you can drop them in the chat. Today's Friday. We could do a 0-day trade on something that's not SPY. We're still going to do SPY though. But if you guys see a good stock setup, you can drop that in the chat. Probably not going to trade it though. I'm just going to trade SPY. But on Fridays, every once in a while, we do trade stocks. It's just, bro, SPY's unbeatable. There's nothing better to trade. Like, SPY's the fucking best. Like, But yeah, man, I'm telling you, there's gonna be a trade here soon. You know, in between 11:30 to 1, it's gotta be in between that range. It's gonna happen. Still flushing, still selling off, blowing through all these levels we drew yesterday. It just went below the level we bought calls yesterday. Let's see. But yeah, I mean this is this could be this could be the exact lows. The 77470. This will be one of the best levels, 100%. This is perceived to be one of the best levels today. This level right here. Right there. That is literally the best fucking, that's one of the best levels. That has high probabilities of being the exact lows. 100%. This is a very bullish level. I like this level, especially, bro. If you guys look at what this did yesterday, dude, look. It went up, it dropped, it went up. Look at this break and retest. You see this pattern right here? You see this pattern right here? This little like sharp UV pattern? It had a breakout. It retested. Look, when it retested, bro, it reversed like fucking crazy. And if you look at where that's placed again and hasn't been retested, it's been right here, bro. It's the same thing. Look at this. This right here is a very similar pattern to this pattern right here. So there's very high probabilities that when the SPY drops to 775, that's going to be the exact lows of day. And look at how fast it recovers. Look at this. As soon as it broke above 775, look at this. It went straight to 77650 and then it went all the way to fucking 779. So guys, I'm telling you, bro, that level, I would say that has high probabilities of being the exact low of day. You know? It really does. It has the highest probabilities. That 775, it's undeniable. It's untouchable. So this is gonna be a very interesting day, dude, because I'm telling you, the market is gonna try to want to reverse. It really is. It's not just gonna want to try to sell off and flush all day. It's gonna want to try to reverse back towards the highs. So, dude, it looks like the best level possible is right here. That's what it looks like. So in the meantime, we're just kind of waiting for confirmations to get in before that. But yeah, I would say right now I would value the best levels right there. That's where I would value the best level currently. I would say it's right there. That could be the absolute most perfect low of day, best fucking level on the fucking planet, you know? So so what we know now is we know that that could be the low of day. It is the highest probabilities of being the low. It is highest probabilities of being the best entry. Um let's see, and then what's going on over here? Oh, bro, dude, there's another one. This is ridiculous, dude. There's a fucking this one's already been kind of retested though. This one already played out, so I don't like it as much, but even this, like, bro, I'm telling these 775s, like this is the same pattern here, but it already played out. So basically, the market's saying that the low of day could be 775, and sometimes things bottom a little bit higher instead of going to the exact level, right? Which is why confirmation matters and just getting in matters, right? So we're very close. We're very close to what's perceived to be the best entry of the entire day. We're already at a good deal where if someone got in here and it did go to 775, they'll still be green if the market reverses. Obviously, they'd be red first, but bro, this is the probabilities are just too high on the call side. This is fucking insane, bro. This is fucking insane. So, there's gonna be a trade, 100%. Even the 3-hour chart is giving me reasons to just buy it now. Damn, bro, there's just too many reasons to buy calls. That's why I don't want to wait until 775. There's too many fucking reasons to not be in on this shit. Um, we are getting closer to 12 too. The market has been it's been reversing around 12 p.m. Wow, this day it reversed even earlier. This day it literally bottomed at 10. Yeah, it went a little bit lower, but fucking it basically bottomed at 10, not over here. It basically bottomed at 10. Um so the market has been reversing 12. The market's been reversing early, you know? It's been reversing early around this 12 p.m. has been the key time for reversals, which makes sense because that's always been a key time for reversals. And it could be a little bit earlier, could be a little bit later. But bro, This is getting to the point where, dude, I've seen enough. I'm just gonna have to get in before I fucking miss out on a fucking crazy entry, you know? Because once this thing spikes, those contracts are gonna go up a fuck ton. So part of this is just diving the fuck in. If you want the best deals. But there is the K2, so you gotta factor that in. But like I said, guys, 776 calls, they're too cheap. You know? They're too cheap. No, dude, I'm getting ready to say fuck it and just get the fuck in. All right, so let's see. 30-minute candle just closed, red trend reversal, middle. Um, yeah, bro. I think I'm just gonna have to get in, dude. Like, I think we've seen enough. Um, Worst case scenario, it likely drops another dollar. Best case scenario, we're towards the exact lows. So that's where I think we're at. Um, if it starts to break above 77660s, it's going to try to flip bullish. If not, it's still going to go bearish, drop another hour, and then reverse. So this is where I'm at. If it starts to break above this, then it's going to try to bottom and reverse here. If not, it's going to flush for another hour, get new lows, and then 775 would be it could be the absolute lowest best level. So basically, if it can't react bullish above this purple rectangle here, then it's going to flush for another hour. That's where I'm at. It's going to drop for another hour. So, I'll just give this a little time. I mean, you guys can see where we're at. It's got to really hold this to not flush to 775. It's got to hold 776. This is a break and retest level right here. So we'll see how this reacts. The way it just reacted was extremely bearish, so I'm not going to get in right now. That was a very bearish reaction. Like I said, I'm seeing a pattern on the 30 where if it can't break above this and react bullish and flip this green, it's going to flush for another hour. Now, even if this flushes for an hour, I don't think it's going to be a massive crash. I think we go to 775. We would drop like $1. 774.70 to 775. So yeah, we're getting close. The trade is either going to be within the next 30 minutes or within the next 60 to 90 minutes. Likely 90 minutes, if not in the next 30. So that's where I'm at. If this starts reacting bullish above this, I'm looking to get in on the calls. If not, then I think the best course of action is to wait 1 hour and to aim for 775. That's where I'm at. So the market is at a key make or break level. It's got to break above this and react bullish if someone wants a confirmation about those calls. Basically, this has to either close green or you try to get in earlier when it looks bullish as fuck, but it can flip, green to red on the 30, which means you're going to get trapped potentially, right? So the smartest move on the chessboard is just to wait till 12 p.m. if you don't want to be down first, you know? Um, if this closes green, it's very bullish. If not, it's gonna try to drop for another hour. So yeah, we'll see, man. And like I said, I might just get in before the 30-minute closes. And if I do that, there's a lack of confirmation. So if I do that, I'm just doing it for the entry. It's as simple as that. It can keep on going lower for another hour. If I do that, then I went with an entry over the best confirmation. If you guys want the best confirmation, wait until 12 p.m. See if it closes green. You might pay a higher price, but it is what it is. If you wait for a confirmation, you pay a higher price. Um, you know, Sometimes that doesn't even matter if you pay things can decay. It doesn't necessarily matter with options at times, but look, man, we're gonna give this some time. Like I said, dude, I might just get in. You guys do what you want. Me personally, bro, I might just get in. If I just get in, it could drop for another hour because if the 30-minute flips green, it can flip right back to red. That's why if you want to actually wait to confirm it, you gotta wait till it closes. The last one closed red, so it's not confirmed yet. But if it holds this, if it holds this and it closes this green, the low of day could be in. The low of day could really be in, right? We're not gonna know until 12 p.m. So in the meantime, if someone got on a trade, they basically would just be saying, I like the entry. I like the entry, and they'd say, I think it's gonna be confirmed bullish. La di da di da. I think it's gonna close bullish, right? But no guarantees on that. That's why if you want the best confirmation, just wait. Just wait for it to close bullish. You know? But if you get in now, you can get in at a better price. If this closes green, bro, this can close at 777. The contracts are going to be a lot higher at 777, right? So usually for me at some point, bro, I just got to get in, you know? Like if this is going to go back to the highs, it's more about identifying a good opportunity for that. The first trade could be like a good opportunity. The second trade could be like, oh, we got to aim for the exact lows. It's like, bro, this can literally be the exact lows. It's like if this isn't the lows, then 775 is. So we're pretty fucking close there, you know? Like there's no way in fucks I'm missing out. I'm not missing out on a trade just for this to drop one more dollar, for it to have a fuck ton more upside. There's no way in fucks. Bro, dude, I'm gonna have to get in, bro. I'm getting in. Nah, bro. Guys, I'm getting in. I'm getting the time is now. I'm getting in. All right, I'm in. I'm in at 102 cents. 102 cents. 776 calls. I'm fucking in. I'm in. Dude, with the shit that I just seen, there's no way in fucks I'm missing out. So like I said, guys, if you want more of a confirmation, right, where you have a higher probability of winning and timing this, um, and it's gonna cost you a higher price if you do get in on that. You can wait until 12 p.m., right? If you want, you can get in now. You can start light, and then if it drops, we're gonna look to buy another strike with the best confirmation. That's what we're gonna do, right? Because if one drops, we're gonna be perfect on the next one. That's the game plan. Simple as that. You guys do what you want to do. Just understand it's not confirmed until the 30-minute closes, right? But there's high probabilities that this is a good deal and it's going to try to reverse back to the highs. So me personally, bro, I watched it enough. I'm not going to take a risk and miss out on that. There's no way in fucks. So that's with where I'm at. Um, you can always start light and take a more normal or bigger size on the next trade. And we can always add to this winner. We can always start light and add to this winner, right? So you guys know your options. You guys do you. It's not like I'm looking to make a ton of trades. So for me, this makes a fuck ton of sense to just get in, hold the trade, right? If it drops, I'm gonna aim for the best confirmation. So if it drops, I'm just gonna probably aim for the best confirmation. It's probably what I'm gonna end up doing. Towards 775. But I saw something going on in the 1 minute chart that basically was giving me signals that this has high probabilities of being the exact lows, which is why I got in. And it's also a good deal. Bro, it's the same shit as yesterday. Like, history repeats itself, you know? It really does. Everything about this is signaling a bullish reversal, 100%. But what caught my attention was this candle right here. This big green candle right here, and then the way it's consolidating. So basically, where I think we can be at is right here. When I was trading the SPY yesterday, this is what caught my attention. When we were holding our runners, this move right here. This is where we can potentially be at. I think we can be right here. The market has high probability. Like you see this big green candle. Look at this. You see how it consolidated like this, and then this big green candle, right? If it just keeps on holding and holding and holding, and the 30-minute closes green, I think we can be at the lows, and then it's going to trigger a bullish breakout. That's where I honestly think we can be in the market. So like I said, if you guys wanted to wait for the best confirmations and potentially pay a slightly higher price, you can just wait for the market to start consolidating more, bouncing more, and then 30-minute candle starts to close green, starts to break out, right? You can do that. You can just wait for this to decay more, react more bullish, right? You don't have to do exactly what it is that I'm doing. Like I said, I'm more than comfortable with this just dropping to 60, 70%. I'm completely fine with that. Um, but I think this is one of the places where we could potentially be, which is why I got in. I think we can be right around here, right around something like that. So, you know, just looking at how the 1 minute chart was reacting there, I was like, bro, I've seen enough. I gotta get on the straight. I can't keep not, you know what I mean? Like, I gotta get in on this overall trade. So, we'll see. For that to happen, it has to keep on holding around this level, you know? If not, then this is gonna have a flush to 775. And then we'll just wait for the best confirmation. That's how I see it. We're gonna have to wait for the best confirmation if this first one doesn't work, you know? So yeah. So the first trade, we're more just going off of a level rather than a confirmation. But there is a lot of reasons for this to go back to the highs, you know? So I don't want to I don't want to miss out on that. If there's reasons for this to go back to the highs, I don't want to not get in and risk missing out on that. Trying to be like all perfect and waiting for the best of confirmations. Like I said, guys, you can start light and then the second trade will just be perfect. If we don't want to wait for the best confirmation and just get in, we can size normal on the second trade. And when the first one reacts good with confirmations, we can add to it. That's why I said to start light. Because, bro, if you look at it's, it still didn't close green. Like, it can do anything. It can fake out here, look bullish, it can do whatever the fuck it wants to do. SPY has a mind of its own. If you guys aren't gonna use the best confirmations. But yeah, we'll see, man. Like I said, just start light. If you're in on that, you start light. And if it actually confirms green, then you add to it, you know? And then if it drops, you just wait for another trade with a confirmation. We're not gonna keep just buying at levels. We're gonna usually, bro, usually like by the second trade, we'll have to use a better confirmation. We're not gonna keep on just buying at a level. But regardless, this is a good deal. This is definitely a good deal. Um, we'll see. For something similar to repeat like yesterday, this would have to start bouncing back up. Um, but yeah, we'll see. You know, so we got 4.5 hours. Obviously we're getting in early too. So a lot of the reversals have been happening after 12. But for this to be similar, ooh, that right there does not look bullish. On the 1 minute, that looks very bearish right now. Unless this can just bounce and hold, that shit looks very bearish. If this can't hold up, they're gonna take this to 775. Um, if it holds, they're gonna flip it back to bullish again. It was reacting bullish for not too long, but it was, and I was like, fuck it, bro, I'm getting in. Like I've seen enough. But we'll see, man. Like I said, bro, this is high probabilities of going to 778s. There's high probabilities on the board that this is gonna want to go towards new highs. So we got 4.5 hours left. The first trade is in, and if there's gonna be a second trade, we're gonna take a more normal size and use the best confirmations. And if this starts confirming bullish, we're going to add to this. So that's the game plan. We're going to hold that, stick to the call thesis, add to the winners. If it drops more, we're going to wait for the best confirmation. Lower price, contracts will be more decayed, bigger gains. Um, so yeah, this is genius. That's what I'm saying, bro. The way I trade, I don't, dude, I don't need this. You know what I mean? If this goes to 775 and then it reverses, I'm gonna make more money. You know, I trade in a way where if I'm losing or I'm down, I'm gonna make more profit. That's what we tell people to start light. You know, if it's gonna go to 775 and do the same spike, contracts are gonna be more decayed, more cheap, oversold, bigger spike. It's like, guys, if you do the math, it would be better if this crashed. That's why I'm saying, bro. Like think about what I'm doing. Like, and it's in alignment with what I'm talking about because I'm in and I'm not even waiting for the best confirmation. I just got in. So that clearly shows you that, I don't give a fuck if this drops. It's a cheap price. There's high probabilities it's gonna go up. And if it does drop, that's good. Because then we can make a better trade at 775, you know? But I'm not gonna risk missing out on this, you know? Like I said, people could start light and then they could just add to winners when it's confirmed good, you know? It's as simple as that. You'd have to be a degenerate to miss out on this. It's only 100 cents a contract, you know? If it doesn't work, it's gonna come back to life and work. So what the fuck? If it goes to 30 cents, it's gonna go to 150 cents anyways. You know what I mean? Who gives a fuck? If it goes to 30, buy another strike out of the money. You'll get fucking rich. You get rich as fuck. I'm sitting here saying, bro, let it drop. Let it, the way I trade, it doesn't matter. Let it go to fucking drop it 70%. It'll go back to green. I'll buy another strike out of the money, and that will be a bigger gain in this trade, and I'll add to the winners. If they want to give me two W's, I'll take it. You know? If they want to say this is the exact close, I'll take that too. Guys, this is a fucking genius strategy, dude. This is a fucking gold mine. It's not like we're buying puts, guys. We're not fucking degenerates, you know? It's not like we're shorting the best market in fucking history, you know? Like fucking A, man. We're in the greatest stock market of fucking history. The market's so good, I don't even have to update the game plans. The game plan said buy the oversold dips, the market's gonna close bullish. That's all I've been doing this whole fucking week. It works. I'm gonna go on a game plan. I'm gonna say, guys, just keep doing the same thing I told you to do. It's the same fucking shit every single day. Oh my goodness, bro. This is so fucking genius. You'd have to be broke to choose to miss out on this trade. There's no way in fucks I'm gonna miss out on buying at the lows because things don't look the prettiest right now. The fuck? There's other things besides a confirmation, you know? And like I said, there is confirmations that it's gonna want to go back to the highs, you know? Obviously from a short-term time frame, it's clearly lacking some. But if this closes green, then it's not. But it hasn't closed green yet, you know? Um but look, man, this is obviously a lot of people could say, it would be better to just wait for the 30-minute candlestick to close, right? I get it. All they gotta do is just wait for it to close. Um, but SPY could also have massive spikes before it closes too, you know? It's like the price is already good enough a deal to not price it up, to not get in. It's like, bro, they're only 100 fucking cents. And it's very early in the day. So they're very fucking cheap. They're very fucking cheap, you know? It's like fucking A, man. But you guys trade how you want to trade, you know? If you want to wait for confirmation, that's completely fine, bro. I'm just saying, like, certain things is already confirmed. It's as simple as that. There is certain things that is already confirmed on the spot. But yeah, we'll see. Oh, it's trying to flip bearish again. There it goes. Trying to flip bearish, man. What I'm telling you, man, if this ain't it, 775, 775 is gonna be it, bro. And that trade would be ridiculous. 775 to take this back to the highs. That'll be fucking ridiculous. So we'll see, man. So yeah, like I said, man, you guys start light. If you're gonna take that, you start light. You know, if you if you don't want to experience if you don't want to experience holding it out, then just wait for the 30-minute candle. to close bullish, you know? It didn't close bullish yet. It's as simple as that, you know? There's just no way in fucks I'm gonna miss out on this reversal, you know? I'm fine with just getting in, starting light, you know? If you guys aren't fine with that, then just wait. It's as simple as that, you know? Just wait. But yeah, if this closes bearish, we can drop for another hour, which would send it to 77470, which would be the next price where it could be the exact close of the day. So yeah, it's as simple as that. You know, if people didn't want to know, then wait for the confirmation. You know, it's as simple as that. Like I said, I'm completely fine with you know, being right on this trade. I'm completely fine with it, you know? People can start light. You guys don't have to take your full fucking size. If you're gonna get in on a trade where it lacks a confirmation, you don't have to get in at full size. It doesn't make sense, you know? If you even want to do that. Some people don't even want to do that. They have higher standards or they just don't want to trade that way. It's completely fine. It's just, there's no way in fucks I'm missing out on this reversal. So I'm more than willing to do it. You know, I'm more than willing to enter a trade that drops 50% for it to go up 100%. I'm not going to risk missing out on that. But yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. So we got 10 minutes until the 30-minute candlestick closes. If it closes green above this, then the low of day could be in. If not, then we can drop for another hour to the 77470. That's where we're at, right? So in 9 minutes, I would say we should know exactly in terms of precise timing what the fuck is going to happen because a strong confirmation should come in. Um, but yeah, we'll see, man. But bro, oh my gosh, guys, I'm fucking telling you, bro. Dude, this level, it's as simple as this, man. If you guys are in now, you start light. This level, take a normal size, it's gonna fucking print, dude. Look at, oh my gosh, bro. Oh man, dude. That's such a, that's all those previous resistance, previous resistance, previous resistance, break and retest. But bro, I'm telling you what the market might do here is, and this is why I got in before the 30-minute close, it might do a slingshot. Drop, breakout, retest, slingshot, new highs. It might do the slingshot, you know? It might just do like the V-shape U recovery, you know? It might not just go back all the way down to the 775, 774 mid pocket zone here. It might just do the slingshot. And I'm telling you, before I was on the stream, when I was looking at the SPY, that's what it said. That's why I turned on the stream. It said it was going to do the slingshot. That's what it said. It said instead of going back down to 775 to 774 mid, it said what the market was going to do was it was going to bottom right around here. That's what it said. It said it was going to slingshot. It said this is a breakout, retest, resistance, breakout, retest, slingshot, sideways, VU shape, bullish recovery. That's why I turned on the stream, even when there was lacks of confirmations, because bro, I'm telling you, like the frequency was so high where I was basically getting visions. I was getting downloads, put it that way. I was getting downloads that it was gonna do a V-shape U bullish slingshot recovery. And it wasn't even gonna go back down to 774 mid to 775. It was just going to start to reverse and start to bottom, whether it looks bullish, bearish, whatever the fuck. Everything I was seeing, it said it was going to try to bottom right around here. This break and retest. Just do the break, the retest, the slingshot. That's what it said, you know? So I ain't going up against that, bro. If there's lacks of confirmations, we can get in. We can start light. We can add to the winners. You know, if it drops, better opportunity. I don't look at it as a bad thing if it drops. I would say that's a better opportunity to make more money. You know, there's no way in fucks I'm missing out on this. And I didn't turn on this fucking stream by fucking accident. You know, I saw something very clear of what was gonna happen. Doesn't mean it's gonna work all the time, but bro, the shit I was seeing, what I was seeing, bro, it wanted to do the slingshot reversal. And look, we're getting down to the wire. Look, 6 minutes. 6 minutes left on the shot clock. Look at what's going on. Look at this. I don't even have to look at the lower time frames. I'm looking how the SPY is reacting, and look, it keeps on trying to close green. These fucking bears here can't seem to go below the 776. You know, it seems like the magnet appears to be a bullish close. It no longer appears to be new lows, new lows, new lows. It's almost as if there's a magnet right here that's going to close this bullish. And if that closes bullish, it's going to fucking start to reverse within time, bro. I'm saying all this shit needs is one 30-minute green candle. That's literally all it needs. The way this is reacting, look, it's like stuck. It's like frozen. If you guys remember yesterday's 30-minute candle, it's the same thing. When it was stuck and it was frozen, when it was reacting like this yesterday, it did the same thing. It started to go very bullish. And I already brought awareness to this on the 1 minute pattern. I literally said, bro, when I got in right fucking here, I literally said this looks just like yesterday. You know? This look at the chart. Look at the chart right here. Look at the 1 minute chart. Look at this. And then we're gonna go back to yesterday. It's at the same fucking price. Look, it's doing the same fucking shit, bro. It's consolidating the same way. It's forming similar patterns. It's reacting the same. It's doing the same fucking thing. I'm telling you, it's bro. If you guys are wondering when this is gonna actually spike and go parabolic, it just has to start breaking above this. You know? It just has to start going in this range, reacting bullish, start breaking out. That's it. That's all it has to do. All it has to do is just start channeling or breaking out at this higher price. And it's going to go fucking insane. For us to get new highs, all we got to do, break above this, react bullish, push it higher. That's it. All the SPY has to do is just break and retest in this zone right here. You know? So like I said, if you're looking for a breakout play with a confirmation, just wait for the 30 minutes to close green and wait for it to start consolidating and breaking out in this zone and just buy the calls, you know? If you get in now, you could be getting in at a better price, but it can drop first, you know? It can drop first and it might not be the lows, you know? Because the 30 minutes still hasn't closed yet. That's why. So like I said, you guys do what you want to do. You can always start light and take a normal size when things look picture perfect, right? I already evaluated that this was a good deal, so there's no way in fucks I'm missing out on that. You know, for me personally, there's no way in fucks, dude. I would take this trade to the fucking zero land. There's no way in fucks I'm missing out on this. Start light, add to winners. You know, like it's pretty simple. You can start light, you can add to winners, or you can risk missing out, buy at a higher price, and make another trade. You don't have to make this trade. You want to make a more perfect trade? You know, you can make a more perfect trade. Some people would say, well, if you get the best entry, that could be a pretty perfect trade. You know, that's why I'm getting in. You know, yesterday I got in a little bit higher. If I got in at the exact lows, the gains would have been a lot bigger. That's for sure. You know, today I'm aiming for the exact lows. If you see what I'm doing today, I'm literally aiming for the exact lows. That's exactly what the fuck it is that I'm doing. You know, I would say the Bears here are looking like a bunch of degenerates, and they're looking pretty shit right now. That's what I would say. They should get their fucking shit together and wake the fuck up if they think this is bearish, because the 30-minute chart is getting ready to close green, and this is consolidating at the same price, same time as it was yesterday, and history tends to repeat. So I personally feel like I'm sitting on a gold mine. Um, but yeah, man, if not, then the gold mine's at 775 and the 776 call would come back to life. So I'm chilling. But yeah, man, this is a genius trade. I absolutely love the trade that I'm in. Um, you know, you guys know how it is, bro. When I buy calls, nobody buys calls first. They wait until it goes up like fucking 50% and then they buy their calls. They don't get in at the exact lows. You guys know how it is, bro. I don't see anyone else buying calls at the exact fucking lows. I see a lot of people buying calls after me. It's interesting how that works. They all buy after me. They don't want to buy what I buy. No, they buy after me. I'm like, cool, motherfuckers, go ahead. Buy at a higher price, you know? Buy at a higher price. Go ahead. And get fucking decayed and fucking wrecked when it goes against you. But yeah, man, people don't want to listen. I just tell them to stay broke for life. You know? Don't want to listen? All right, have a tough life, bro. You know? I had someone come to my life. They said, if you don't listen, you're gonna have a tough life. And I was like, they're right. If I don't listen, I am gonna have a tough life. There's things I have to listen to. 100%. So yeah, man, if people want to stay broke for life, they can stay broke for life. There's no way in fucks I'm missing out on this trade, bro. The Bears are just getting fucking trapped. Like, they're getting fucked. If I was in puts right now, I would be terrified. Like, dude, this is getting to the point where I'm about to turn on my music. Everybody knows when the music goes on, we're just holding the trade, not giving a zero fuck. Part of trading is knowing when to just walk away and hold the trade. That's why when it's that time, I like to play music, because all I have to do is hold the trade. I can just fuck off, do whatever the fuck I want. I don't have to sit here and monitor this and sit here and say, oh, it's breaking down retesting, oh, it's reacting motion. I think in trading, when it's time to hold a trade, you just hold the trade. You don't have to sit here and say, oh, it's forming higher support, it's looking bullish. I think when it's time to hold, you hold the trade, meaning you can just do whatever the fuck you want. Set a price alert where you want to exit, set a price alert where your max pains are, set a price alert where your profit stops are. So guys, with the shit that I just done created, I'm gonna start playing some music, bro. I'm gonna start getting hyped in this motherfucker, bro, because with the shit that I just done pulled, oh man, bro, oh man, I'm gonna start fucking turning up in this motherfucker because, bro, with the shit that I just done cooked up, dude, it looks like they're all fucked. That's what I would say. Like, bro, at this point, I think all we gotta do is just hold this fucking trade and start fucking playing fucking music, man. So I think we're good. I think we're good, bro. I think we reached the point where there's nothing else to be said. You know? If people don't want to take this trade, they can all get fucked. Buy puts. See what happens if you buy puts. Fucking degenerates. So guys, I'm gonna start playing that motherfucking music, bro. Like fucking someone's gotta win. Someone's gotta fucking get rich. Fuck it, they don't want to get rich, someone's gotta fucking do it. They don't want the best fucking trades on the fucking planet, then fuck them, bro. Fuck them. They don't want fucking the best trades on the fucking planet, then fuck them. Like, bro, I'm at the fucking point, bro. It's time to just fucking hold this shit. Like, fuck it. Like, fuck it, bro. Who gives a fuck? Why would I care? With what I know, why would I fucking care at this point? Why the fuck would I care? It's so fucking bullish. Why the fuck would I care? Why would I care? Who gives a fuck what it does? Who's trapped? Who the fuck is trapped? Why the fuck would I care what it does right now? Oh, man. Oh, fucking man, bro. Why would I give a single fuck? Why would I give a single fuck what happens right now? Bro, it's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Dude, the deal is sealed. It's already confirmed. Why would I give a fuck what this does at this point? I've seen enough. Either the Bulls or the Bears are trapped. There's nothing left to be said. I'm in on calls. There's nothing to be said. Someone is trapped right here, right now. There's nothing to be said. Someone's trapped. Someone is 100% trapped. At this price, somebody just got trapped. 100%. Somebody just got trapped at this price. Hold the motherfucking trade. Pick a side, hold the trade. Somebody just got trapped. Pick a side, hold the trade. All you got to do, you pick the side, do nothing, hold the trade. There's nothing to do. Pick your side. I'm in on calls. There's nothing to do but hold the trade. Someone just got trapped. That's all I'm saying, bro. Someone just got trapped. That's what I smoke. Can't get the money, so they don't. I still the stains, but they go I still the stains, but they go Yes, 24. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my fucking gosh. 12 p.m. reversals, bro. 12 p.m. reversals. 12 p.m. reversals on fucking deck. 12 p.m. reversals. Bro, I am cooking up the best fucking trades on the fucking planet. Nobody's cooking this shit up. I am cooking up the best fucking trades on the fucking planet. Fuck. Look at that shit. It's gonna fucking run. It's gonna run. Oh my gosh, bro. The shit I'm cooking, nobody's cooking up the shit I'm fucking cooking up, bro. Nobody is serving this shit. Oh my fucking gosh, bro. Dude, if you guys are not in on a trade, you are gonna miss out on the best trade for the whole fucking day. Do not be a bitch and fucking wait to pay at a higher price. Get the fuck in. It's either puts or calls. Get in on the trade, bro. Get in on the trade. There's a clear trade here. I'm in on calls, bro. I'm holding calls. There's a clear fucking trade right here, right now. Get the fuck in. Oh my fucking gosh, bro. There's a clear fucking picture fucking trade right fucking now. The market's gonna have a crazy fucking move at this level, bro. You know? It's fucking calls. Yeah? This fucking, oh my fucking goodness, bro. Look at that. They are fucking trapped. Oh my fucking gosh, dude. They are fucking trapped. You know what, guys? You don't want to buy now? Buy later. Fuck it. Pay a higher price. You guys pay higher. Fuck it. They don't want to buy now? Buy later. Buy it later. Fuck it. Oh my fucking god. Look at that shit. That's bullshit. Fuck. That's bullshit. Fuck. Oh my fucking god. Look at that. That's fucking art. That's fucking art. Oh my goodness, bro. Sitting on a fucking gold mine. A fucking gold mine. Mm. Oh, they're fucked. They're fucked. They're all fucked. Fuck. Fuck. That's that shit I don't like. That's that shit I don't like. That's that shit I don't like. Oh my fucking gosh, bro. Show me the future. Show me the future. Show me the future. Oh my fucking gosh, bro. I just know. Some people just know. Nah, bro. Some people just know. They're gonna know today. If they didn't learn yesterday, they're gonna learn today. Some people just know shit. Nah, bro. What's that? Oh my fucking. Bro, we get fucking crazy in the fuck. Oh my fucking. Bro, where's that? Some people just know. Put fucking. Oh, bad, bro. Fuck. Oh my god, play fucking Where's the Gnome, bro. Play fucking Gnome, fuck it. Dude, this is so fucking boys. They're all fucked. If they don't get in, they're fucking degenerates. They're all fucking degenerates. Fucking crazy, bro. Dude, where is that song? Oh my god. Man. It's too fucking bullish. It's too fucking bullish. It's too fucking bullish. Dude, this fucking. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, this is so fucking nice. So fucking nice. Some people just know, bro. Some people just know. Bro, best part of this song's about to come out, bro. Best part is coming out. Oh my god. Fucking. Dude, the amount of rocket fuel in this trade is fucking insane. Some people just know, man. Give it some. Bullish as fuck. Bullish. 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 Oh my gosh, bro. Fucking song is fucking crazy, bro. Fuck. Bro, the cards are dope. Feel it. Feel serious. 100%. Fucking, oh my god. Fucking shit is fucking amazing, dude. Oh my fucking god. Look at how bullish, dude. Look at how bullish. Look at how fucking bullish that is. Fucking shit. Oh my fucking goodness. Damn, bro, we froze the whole market, bro. We shut down the whole market. We shut that shit down. We shut down the whole market, bro. Look at this. We froze the whole market. I jumped into a trade, the whole fucking market froze, bro. It's a good thing I'm holding these calls, bro. It's a good thing I'm holding these calls. Because the whole market just froze. I play folklore. Oh my fucking god, bro. Show me the fucking no. I say we do this every day. I make my dude, the Bears are fucked. Fucked. Oh my fucking god, bro. It's too fucking late. Too fucking late. I'm in the best trade the whole game. I'm in the best fucking trade the whole fucking oh my fucking god. Well, keep it moving. Oh, this fucking trade is too fucking good. It's too fucking good. This trade is too. This trade is too fucking up, bro. It's the only thing that I like. No. Cups with the oh my god, bro. They are so fucked. Dude, if they're not. Guys, this is gonna be the best trade of the day. Pick your fucking side. Pick your fucking side. It's gonna be the best trade of the fucking day, bro. I'm putting people into a fucking gold mine. Fucking genius. Fucking genius. If it doesn't work here, it's gonna work at 775. It's gonna fucking work, bro. Our plan is gonna fucking work. Oh my gosh, bro. Look at what they're doing. They're trapping them so fucking badly, bro. They freeze the market just for me. Just for me. I'm sitting on a gold mine, bro. They can freeze it all they want. I don't give a fuck what this does. I know what it's gonna do. Oh my gosh, guys. Buy the calls. Buy the calls. Oh my gosh. All they have to do is buy the calls. Buy the calls. Buy the calls. Oh my fucking gosh, bro. Best fucking trade of the week. Best fucking trade of the week. Oh man. Oh man. Bro, we're gonna shut down the whole market. We're gonna be responsible for shutting this bitch down, bro. We're gonna shut down the whole fucking market. Fucking shit. Best fucking trade of the fucking week. Man, I don't know a single motherfucker on this fucking planet buying close to the fucking lows a day every single fucking day. Showing the fuck up. Getting people fucking rich. Can't find another motherfucker doing it. They're gonna all follow later. They're gonna all follow the trend later. Follow the indicator fucking trend later. They can follow it later. They can follow me later. They can all follow later. No, guys, it's not bullish when I enter. It's bullish later, guys. It was bullish later. It was confirmed later. No, it's not bullish when I enter. No, it's bullish later. Yeah. Follow later. Pay more later. Fucking brokies. I can't fucking stand brokies who don't want to buy at the lows. I can't fucking stand them. Bunch of fucking brokies. They don't want to buy at the fucking lows. Fuck them. You don't want to buy at the lows? Buy higher later and get fucking trapped. Get fucked. Fucking A, man. Fuck. Fuck. Oh man, sitting on a fucking gold mine. It's fucking genius. Fucking genius. Do this every single fucking day. Nobody does this every day. Nobody does this every day. Keep them under rain, keep them more and more. Eating on my hand, don't look at the score, don't look in the stands. Always know my goals, execute the plan. Pick me on my game, never done the change. Keep on my page, show you who I am. Don't get what he pays, loyal to my brand. Put this on the brakes, stepping on the gas, going at my pace. Actually, it's okay. Almost empty, get you like a man. I was that person, differential 2020. Need you never put a candle to the president. Standing here before you overstep. Before you get no can't afford to keep my standards. I ain't changing, never know so digging. Still got your hunger, different towards your hair. In my voice, can let the finger 14 feet. That's important. So me ain't looking for my guns. The programs, the pieces, let them get towards that hate. I tested me, that's your kind of so I'm telling you, you know, it does. And I see body in this will kick me cut in corners. Have no problem with your ignorance. I heard you love to get pregnant to me. All eyes is on me. You say no lies. Don't cry. Yeah, fucking yeah, fucking say, yeah, I'm gonna take it out here to kill it, keep it for the way, it's plenty, I'll be like a corner, get a price, so hungry, I could eat a horse, cut up bitch around like a side. For the bread, it could be the tally. I know that some niggas get them up, still the friendly. Keep the cameras rolling when I'm rolling to the family, cause I'm fucking dead. Yeah, I fucking said it, I'm understanding. See a couple shots, like that fucking name. Some fucking cowboy, that's a name. If you never see that from New York, it's the Cali, it's a fucking dead. Yeah, I fucking said it, I'm understanding. Never feel like in my neighborhood. I never feel yeah, fucking said it. I'm understanding. If you just yeah, if you just see yeah, a fresh cool young look, trying to catch money for checks for one, two, one up with my own, but it's too much. The world falls to my knees, what if you brought you? The truth from on the design, let's do something new. Waking, hanging on the kisses, who brought you? The more famous person you come from, and the sexy lady next to you come too. And then they hear me chatting outside, and look on, they come and get ready to This is so fucking bullish. It's insane on how bullish this is. It's insane. This is so fucking bullish.
Gotta get. Gotta get. Gotta get. Gotta get. Get that bass on the low. That digital spit. That's level visual shit. That bass. That's spaceship. Little when I said the something no name shit. That's what got you by shit. That no fucks you back. I'm on that age. Go. I'm reaching from emo into the future Cybertron. Hard to catch the past strong. Excellent ladies, such a long. Cause we gotta do that thing. We gotta do that now. We gotta do that thing. Now people know that. Yeah, please. Yeah. Yeah. Your career is in the care. I'm a venereal disease. In school, I've been so many on this shit of the talent in my mind. Cause I don't like shit. Cause I ain't got time for not taking minutes. I was going to the hole. I ain't got in the hole. I see power up and shit. Power some stuff like the sun. Daughter, father, motherfucker, power. I got myself. I need that same on the grid. What's it? Pop and sell the pop. You play that turn, you can pop on my phone by the room. You can't be on then you drop them. You can't handle them, you whop them. You can stand them, then you drop them. You fuck them, cause we fuck them like Cobra and Papa. Yeah, yeah. I'm really here, I'm really prepared. Still here, it's for love, air, the coconut every year. Smoking the thinnest air. Open the lamp of green, open the crack of screaming at that's the reason. He's a big secret dog, you got my fucking ground. Okay, you're a fool, what's a fool to work out? Yeah, you want to see that? Yeah, also back and bullshit. I don't do that right. If you want to eat, come on the stack. You're answer with a snap. Damn, I hate a shy bitch. Don't you hate a shy bitch? Yeah, I hate a shy bitch. I'm a shy little shit. Change the name to my bitch. Right. Yeah, nigga, that's my bitch. So when she asks for the money, when you throw it on the surprise, bitch. And you get it, got it. But you like a bitch with no ass, you ain't got shit. I'm healed, not sick. And I'm okay. I'm sick. Yeah, my front's sick. Yeah, my front's sick. And my left dick. Yeah. When I go on the stage, so six feet tall, but you she can't seem to reach my but the way that she for me, I'm satisfied next week. Do it again, feeling like a woman. It's you for what it's worth. Cause if you have a kid, take just you gon' have to take it out somewhere. Cause the only thing you take is you close the door. Because you've been down, close your mouth, I just wanna hear you. It's all so the kisses save me. I'm favorite your body. I'm really into kisses, it's so bad. I'm into shows and we can hate you play the cards right in my head. Fucking got up, I got to creep. Told her, fucking got to the sun. Skirt up, tell her, look at show. You see, city, I'll see. Shy, shy, baby, sweet, shy, sweet,
All right, guys, we got 15 minutes until the 30-minute candle closes here. This could trigger an insane spike. That's really what the bulls would want to see here. In the next 15 minutes for this to really start to spike and flip this 30-minute candle green. If not, then, you know, we got a red, green, red, which is not the most bullish of patterns, but it doesn't mean it's bearish. But it would be trying to form lower highs for hours with a red, green, red. If this cannot close green, it's got to spike 70. It's got to spike the fuck ton to close green. There's enough time to do it. But yeah, we'll see. You know, we will see. But yeah, it's crazy, bro. The trade went green to red, and I'm still holding it, you know, because I'm aiming for a bigger win. But this is a level right here. If this were to start to flip, it would have to hold this. You know? Have to hold that for this to really start to flip. But I am seeing strong reasons for this to flip, and the intention was to hold it. So that's what I'm doing. I'm holding the trade. We'll see after 1 p.m. how this wants to react. If they can't turn this green now, at 1 p.m., they're just gonna have to hold this for this not to get new lows. So for the bulls to really show strength, they gotta hold the lows. Even better, they flip this green. If they flip this green, it's gonna trigger an insane squeeze if they can do it. That would be another trade in itself. If this candle flipped green, that would be another trade, another strike, 777 call if it actually closed green. Got 13 minutes. We'll see how this reacts. Oh my fucking gosh, bro. This is crazy. Bro, the best course of action is to hold calls. 100%. The best course of action is to hold these calls. 100%. You know? There's no way. There's no way I'm buying a fucking foot, bro. I'm gonna hold these fucking calls. We got 3 hours for this to reverse. We got 3 fucking hours.
When you smoking weed, you fuck your bitch and go to bed. What it's like to be known as dead. Now, as you see the world that is red, I was a born cat. So still even though so inside you were dreaming for the snow, so you had to see it. So I'll show you I'll show you I'll show you Jesus, we love you. Sorry, don't leave me to say that for shopping so much. I don't care, so I'm gonna say it now. So make it more than it's we love you. It's all I need. It's all I need. And it feels so good. 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 Skin is fine. Skin is fine. I understand you. It's not me, it's a sister. So you can control it. So you
Oh my goodness. Let's see. Bro, this next 30-minute candle is really important. You know? This shit. We're gonna need a bounce next 30 minutes. We'll see. Oh man. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh man. All right, so for this to be The exact lows. We need the 30-minute candle to close green. The number one priority here for the bulls is to close the 30-minute candle green. You know, right now we have a, resistance for 2 hours, lower highs, red, green, red, right? So to flip that, they got to close this green. Then we'll get a green, red, green. Then we'll get a breakout above this, and calls would go fucking crazy. So, for this to be the lows, it's pretty simple. We need to close this green. If we close this green, it should be lows. This shit has consolidated and fucking held for fucking hours. If they're gonna close this one fucking green, it's gonna be very hard to keep getting new lows. So the goal from here, as we're holding this needs to close green, and for it to go super bullish, we need to break above 776, and then parabolic new highs. We need to break above 77650 to 77670. If it doesn't happen, then we're going to make one more trade as it drops with a confirmation towards 77470. That's the game plan. We're going to have one more trade if this one doesn't work out. For those of you who scalped this, it already worked out. Everybody knows the risk of holding, right? This went from 77640 to 77680. Contracts went up a fuck ton during this time, right? Everybody knows the risk of holding things, So I'm holding the trade. That's the risk that I took. I started light, so I can just easily hold this. Obviously I would have already had a win if I just took my profits. It is what it is, Everybody knows the risk of holding, So, anyways, I'm holding the trade, bro. If this closes green, everything's bullish as fuck. That's all I can really say. So, like I said, guys, one more trade will be coming up. We're gonna make one more trade today too. The first trade was already a win. It already went green. If you're holding it, you went green to red. You could make more. You could have an L. That's if you want to hold. Oh, welcome to holding. This is holding. Welcome to holding. Like I said, guys, we got one more trade. We got one more trade coming up. Look, we start breaking above this. We're gonna add to calls. We might buy another strike too. Both are gonna print. If this trade don't work out, we're gonna buy calls right around here. So we're gonna be green as fuck. We got one more trade coming up. One more trade coming up. And we holding this one. We holding this trade. Holding this trade. We're gonna have two trades today. If it breaks out, we might just have one. We might just add to it. We might do that. If this breaks out, we might just add to it and not even make another trade. We might do that. Like I said, bro, I'm holding calls. Holding calls.
Smoke some, bitch. I've been fucking music on the beats, make my features like a star. I'm not really scared, they guessing they always be smoking like a star. Fucking with me, call up on the music, it's cool, okay, in the shot time. I'm my homies pull up on your block and they die. She's my weekends, I get back, I'm starting saying myself is the boss god. Those that go, we blow, it's smoky, yes, they light a fire like a boss. Back the full stage, while you do my fucking show in a cop car. Shit was legendary, no one can be, I know it, call it a fine time. Smoking on the top. Smoking, fucking, for no music, it's all in the shot time. And my homies pull up on your back and they die. I've been in those fucking superstars, feeling like a pop star. Bitches jumping in the pool, short shirts and now she's burning. Why you got 12? And you know, I see some I need to get cake and I eat kids dead. If you say I'm looking like a horse, man, scream, I need to say my face like a cool man. It's always asking what a cool jet. It's like a switch up on the call, sweeter than a pop star. You know you wanna know. It's like a switch up on the call, sweeter than a pop star. You know you know you it's like a switch up on the call, sweeter than a pop star. You know you wanna know. That's how you try. I used to try. Like a pop star. Fucking hoes and popping pills, man, I feel just like a I've been fucking hoes and popping pills, man, I feel just like I've been fucking hoes and popping pills, man, I feel just like a rock star. Smoking, I listen to my style. Fucking with me, calling up on the music, and show up, it's got its time. Say it, y'all. Oh, it's the champagne card. Big joint rolling, big sipping, no one smoking, bad bitch getting. Big if she got some friends with her, I take them out, pour shots of liquor, drinking out the bottle, smelling it on my pictures. The marijuana lasts to the bottles bottle like Twitter. Nigga, you know everything tailored. Covers to the bar, if you ain't got no paper, that's the rules. Hot as fuck, sloppy drunk when I'm passing through. Rolling peace out, y'all. So hit the club, spend this money up. Roll another one, drink after full. That's what I need to introduce champagne, man. Say, shots. Spend a couple dollars on my engine motor when I'm back at the garage. Jen got me drunk as fuck, stumbling out the bar. Plus I'm struggling trying to find the keys to my car, cause I be going hard. Roll the camera like it's like a movie. I'm the star, wish it wasn't my position. Too broke to play the part. I keep some bad women with me in the bed, sipping rose with some hash twisting. All about $1, my team in the cash getting straight out of the burn. We drink, we smash niggas. So when I say I'm falling, that for me, then I'm playing, man. All my diamonds taught me you can see what they saying, man. I've been drinking champagne. Take one shot, to the brain. Three more shots, early from the streets to the sheets with some freaks. I ain't never wake. We ain't even be sleeping. These bitches so we ain't even speaking. We just freaking. Rolling with the short dog, baby. She was out there in the club, so I bugged your baby girl, fuck with me, you know, fuck. And a little bit of the first time, never seen that I'm really young. I'm a good guy, turn to a really young, really in the back, turn to a rat, pussy on my jack. Hit it for the car, in the lake, in the day, you ain't safe. Like, thank God, we did this dog. Because dog, that's not me. Ice in the box, nigga, that's been in every kind of fucking nigga stack out, get the bread man, bro. Can't look at niggas lame, so these only got killers on speed down, in the red lane. The shout, will get packed out, we can get up, that's been a pipe thing. Can you see now? 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 Can you see a nigga out there? Can you see now? Check it, look up the head, dropping off a body bag. So if I have to give a in a check, don't intercept. You ain't on a check, but you need a bitch with this kind of money. Yeah, so the more I said the same ones, and I know they say they shine, nice, shine once. So we start this is my son, and I'm 9 months. And this is baseball, I ain't let it slide once. You sleep now, you playing T now, or you wanna beat me out? Or you the number one track in the league now? Tell you black to us from a clock, name on the trap. Things stop before a cop. You got this shit locked into the beer hall. No bitches back, make me the beer club. Can you see now? Can you see now? Can you see now? See now? Can you see now? Can you see now? Can you see now? Can you see in here? I need to see now. With the heat trunk on the beat, round at the middle east side. Got killers in the street, ride with the heat trunk on the beat, round at the middle east side. Got killers in the street, short to the beat, round at the middle east side. Got killers in the street, trunk to the beat, round at the middle east side. Got killers in the street. Then you got time to see about it. Not the nigga all be the black. I'm the nigga all the time, nigga, love me, quiet, I'm talking in the back. Sell so people like wait. I said I sell so people like. Why I got every award when I was on drop on my niggas with me. Just like I said about to take a new one for the boss. It is showing the jobs out of the way. The shoes for the chop. We're kids, I'm kids. Like we were just fighting. I'm really good fighting. I'm somebody out there. Say me out. Get me back to the city. Can you see that? 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 Let me see it, nigga. Let me see that. See that? 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 See it, nigga. Let me see that. This shit that my daddy had raised me on. Niggas got it. The features I see it on. I gotta know how you get it off. And niggas you hating on. It's untouchable. They got it in the wrong. It's in the wrong. I know they been fretting on. Trying to boy, I was something I'm staying on. People sending me stats go crazy on for they keep saying it's time to be patient. There's so many people be turning the tables on cows. Got playing rules, made it, but they don't. I just keep saying they know they ain't playing. Okay, they just text for the I'm expressionless niggas be talking about don't shoot the messenger. I get shot away, lesson and you pussies and knocking my blessings your way. All these years blowing success in your face. All of these baddies obsessed with my face. All the shit they don't address in my face. I can't be showing no stress in my face. No face, 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 no face. Yes, baby, y'all know melatonin. My therapist put in a 30-day notice. I keep on talking about beefing and business and money. Women is no diagnosis. They need it. Quick, shoot the shit out of my famous reloaded. I'm just so happy that niggas who ain't beating how they shit ain't got the fucking show. Over the moon. What's the soul? I'm spreading my wings. I'm cool. I'm still trapping. I'm with the moon. This year growing success in your face. All of these baddies obsessed with my face. All the shit they don't address in my face. I can't be showing no stress in my face. No face, 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 no face. Yo,
Oh my goodness, bro. This is taking forever. All right, we'll see how this closes. We got 6 minutes, you know? We got 6 minutes. See if this closes green here. If it closes green, we got the high probabilities of a major trend reversal. So, we have 5 minutes. You know, we'll see how this closes. Fuckers literally just dropped it. Oh my gosh, bro. If this closes bearish, it's gonna drop for like another hour. This shit needs to close green for this trade to work. It's already decayed so much. But yeah, we'll see. We got 5 minutes for this fucking shit to bounce again. Oh my gosh, bro. They're fucking every 30-minute candle. This is crazy. Well, it needs to bounce right here, right now. 100% needs to do that. As I said, 5 minutes. 5 minutes till 30 closes, bro. This is gonna really determine the next hour. All it needs to do is bounce. If it doesn't bounce, that is not fucking good. If it does bounce, that's really good. You know? Oh my gosh, bro. Fucking, they just flipped it red. Oh man, 2 minutes left. Let's see, can they do it? Can they close it green? Oh my goodness, bro. 2 minutes. This is fucking insane, dude. The whole fucking market froze. It's gonna pick up soon. It's definitely gonna pick up soon. Power hour, everything's supposed to have a big move, you know? If this can just close green, we should be good. We just need a green close here. We got 1 minute, bro. 1 minute. Let's see what's gonna happen next. This is insane, man. 1 minute. 1 fucking minute. Oh my gosh, bro. It's fucking. This is insane. Bro, this is fucking insane. Oh my gosh, bro. Can this just close green? It's like the longest fucking minute. Like, just close green. Oh my fucking gosh, dude. Are you fucking serious right now? This can't just have a little bounce? Like, all right, I think it's gonna close green, guys. There's like no time left. This shit has to close green. There's literally no time. Okay, good. All right. Oh my gosh. All right, this is very good, guys. This is very fucking good. Oh man. All we gotta do now is just fucking break out. That's it. If we break out, this is gonna go back to the highs. I'm telling you, there's a lot of people, they're underestimating the potential of this reversal. They really are. You know, the price didn't drop that much. We got a green, red, green, and also the market's supposed to have a big move. You know, there's no reason for puts here. There's absolutely no reason for puts. Um, you know, it's either you buy at the lows or you short the peaks and you hold the trade. That's it. You know, the peaks for puts were right here and you hold puts, and then the lows for calls are currently right here. Hold the calls. You know, um, but this is good. We just need a bounce. That's it. This is good. We got at least we got the green. That's good. We fucking this is good. We got the green, red, green. Dude, all the confirmations are there. Like I might make another trade soon because calls are so fucking cheap and decayed and I don't want to add to my loser, so if this starts to react more bullish, I'm gonna probably make another trade And like I said, if not, I'm just gonna add to the one once it comes back to life. I'm not gonna add to the L. I'd rather buy another strike, you know? I really not trying to add to an L. We'll see. We'll see what I end up doing here, but all it has to do is just hold and break out. I'm telling you, if this just holds and we start to get some momentum to come in, once the SPY breaks above, it breaks above this, it's gonna trigger the biggest fucking squeeze and go back to the highs. That's what it's gonna do. That's what I'm saying, bro. So this is good. The Bulls got good confirmations coming in, and the contracts are so fucking decayed. So fuck, if you guys aren't in on calls, fucking buy it now, you know? Like if you guys didn't take the first trade, just get the fuck in now. This shit is already confirmed. You know, I'm gonna wait a little bit, but I'm definitely looking to either add or make another trade. But 100%, the best thing you can do, like I said, is just hold the calls, you know? But we actually have a strong confirmation. The floor has held since 11 a.m. This is literally like the peak max reversal time. It's currently bouncing green, red, green. It's like, dude, they're gonna trigger a massive squeeze, you know? The trigger a massive squeeze back to the highs, or it sells off to 775 and then bounces like fucking crazy for power hour. So if you're not in calls, I would say to get in on the calls, you know? If you're in on calls, just hold the calls, you know? And I'm looking to make one more trade, you know? Whether that's adding to my current trade once it goes green or whether that's just making another trade. I'm just saying, bro, calls right now, they are on fire sale. The price barely dropped and the contracts dropped over 60%. Calls are an absolute fire fucking steal. So if you're not in on calls now, definitely get in on calls. And if you guys want to make another trade, you can make another trade, bro. I'm gonna wait a little bit. But this is definitely more confirmed bullish than it is bearish. And there's confirmations for bulls. Oh, I'm telling you, for everything to look the absolute best, all they got to do is just start breaking this out to 77650. That's it. All this needs to do is spike 1 point, and the bears should be trapped, and we should get new highs if it can do it. You know, we're still 1 point below. Um, but yeah, we'll see. You know, there's plenty of time left for a reversal, and the market is supposed to have a big move. So, like I said, the big move is it either bottoms here, calls are on fire sale. It's a key reversal time. So, it's either going to bottom here. This is going to be the exact lows. It's going to break above this and then try to retrace back to the highs, or it's going to flush to 77470 and then bounce. So if you guys can't figure out how to be green with that, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, you know, like I said, I got one more trade um to be made. So if this one's red, I'm gonna flip it green with the next one. Um, but we'll see, man. I'm just calls are they're cheap as fuck. The chart is more confirmed bullish than bearish. Um, and you know, despite the contracts going down a lot percentage wise, the price barely dropped. That's another thing. We're obviously at a hanging on a thread level, you know, meaning those contracts they're not going to work if we go to 775. Um, but as long as it holds this price, as long as we're holding the 775, right, as long as we're just holding this, you know, this level and this level, it's still on the call side, you know? So we'll see, man. This is a very good confirmation. And you know, the price barely dropped, but the calls went down a fuck ton. So if we just start to consolidate here and start to bounce, it's gonna trigger a squeeze where for everyone who bought calls, they're gonna be very green, especially if they bought now at a much lower price. But we'll see. You know, we'll see how this reacts. It literally just spiked right out the gate. Now it's flat. We got another 24 minutes to see how this one reacts. You know, for the bulls to really flip this, they're gonna have to, bro, all they have to do is hold this. This can look as bullish or bearish as they want. All the bulls really have to do is just hold this range for that first trade to work. If not, we'll look to make another trade. Um, so yeah, man, I'm just saying the calls are too cheap. They're too fucking cheap. Um, but we'll see, you know? We will see how this reacts. We did get a bullish 30-minute, but it's still fucking dropping. You know, we got fucking two of them too. We got a bullish right here and we got a bullish right here. So they're either just sending this lower to fully reverse it, or it's just gonna drop and then bounce at the lower price, you know? But if you look at the chart, it has been trying to form lower highs. You know, this was support, it reacted as resistance, lower highs for hours, and now what it just did was support, resistance, lower highs, lower, right? It has been forming lower highs, but there has been some bullish confirmations. They were at good placements, you know? It could be a situation where it just perceives to go lower to fully reverse, but time is definitely running out. You know, like it has to start spiking. One big spike changes the whole game. Um, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, it was definitely a good trade. It's definitely a good trade to be entering, and this can easily flip. You know, like despite it going lower, it still hasn't dropped a lot. It hasn't dropped from our entry. It really hasn't been dropping too much. I know the contract's been fucking getting rocked, but we'll see, man. You know? And then the next level we're watching was the 7-7, the 7-7-470. You know, right, this is literally, bro, if it doesn't bounce there, then this is just a bearish closing trend day. Like, I would be very surprised if we didn't see a nice bounce here. And just a nice little bounce there towards power hour would be a big game. So, like I said, man, we got one more trade. We'll look to make one more trade. Um, we'll see. The price really hasn't dropped a lot, despite the contracts, dropping a lot percentage wise. Price really hasn't dropped a lot. It's dropped less than a point, like 90 cents. It hasn't dropped a lot from our entry. Like, it really hasn't. It's just, the time of day, the fucking decay, and the fucking slow moves and all this shit. But, like, bro, the market's supposed to have a big move, you know? So we'll see. I mean, there was confirmations. Like, we got a green, red, green. We got a trend reversal here. We got a green here. There was plenty of reasons for calls, you know? Like, before I got in, there wasn't a lot of reasons, but once I stayed in, there was plenty of reasons to be in on calls. Green, red, green, trend reversal, green. Plenty of fucking reasons. So, this could just end up being a situation where if they just don't take it much lower, it's gonna reverse. You know? They really, as of now, with all the time, with all the time that has passed, they haven't taken this much lower, So if this can just have one nice spike and start to pick up, the bulls are gonna be looking really good for power hour. And the market is supposed to have a big move. So we'll see, man. But I mean, as of now, the price really didn't drop a lot from where we entered. The contracts did, but the price on SPY, it hasn't dropped a lot. Um, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this reacts here. You know, the bulls are gonna need a big spike, and they're gonna need it quick for this whole thing that I'm talking about to happen. It could happen. They're just, you know, it needs to start to happen. It's one thing if it just sits at a price and takes forever, that's completely fine. But if it keeps on going lower and then sitting, that's when it starts to get a problem, right? So if you look at the channel, we really haven't went much lower. You know, the low of day was right here at 77582. So, you know, with all the time that has passed, this has barely dropped. So it could be a situation where if this just starts to pick up, it traps the bears and then the true colors are shown and then the market fully reverses, you know? It's just for that to actually happen, um we either need to hold the price or just get a big fucking spike and trap them that way, you know? But it really can't go much lower, you know, unless the spike was just para fucking bolic. But it really, the price needs to start to hold. You know, sometimes within the market, things go a little bit lower before they reverse. That's just how it is, you know? Like if the low of days here, it drops a little bit more and then it reverses, right? It's not going to happen all the time, but you know, we had plenty of bullish confirmations. Um, there was also bearish confirmations. We were in at a good price, and we'll see. You know, we still have 2 hours. We still have 2.5 hours, including power hour up until 4:15 p.m. For those of you using the right broker, we still have 2 hours and 17 minutes. Well, 2 hours and 30 plus minutes. So, you know, so like I said, man, this could obviously the Bulls, they need this to be the low. You know, if we could just bottom right here, right around this level right here, worst case scenario right there, in between 77490, but they really need the fucking 77550. If we can just hold this zone, there's gonna try to be a reversal. And if the market has a big move, it's gonna try to really spike big. You know, the tables can turn very quickly. Um, but from a bearish point of view, the bears still have not dropped this. So I would not be celebrating if I was in puts. Um, simply because it barely dropped. It barely dropped from the lows. It would be too early to celebrate. You know, just knowing the potential reversal that can actually trigger in the market today, it would be way too early to celebrate on puts. That's how I see it. It's like it got new lows, but it barely dropped, you know? So the bulls are still definitely in this, you know? It's like the price is so close to our contracts. You know, we went with 776 calls. We didn't go extremely far out of the money, so the price is literally right at our contracts. Like, yeah, they dropped 50% plus, but like all it's literally gonna take is one spike or just the thesis to work out. And then we're gonna consider adding or making another trade. You know, if this can flip bullish, I'll just go heavy on fucking futures. That would be a no fucking brainer at this point. Um, but yeah, it just hasn't dropped enough to be very bearish. You know, the way I look at this, you know, because for something to go higher, it has to go lower at times. It happens all the time. The greatest reversals tend to happen when the market gets new lows or when things don't look the best or just in general when things go a little bit lower and then higher. So as long as the market can just stay around that range of 775, we're still looking at a reversal, you know? But obviously we need to start picking up, you know? Time is of the essence. We need to start picking up, unless it's just gonna do some random crazy fucking move out of fucking no, like right away, you know, just drain all the time and then have the big move, like drain all the fucking decay all the contracts, then have the big move. But the intent here is to capture that big move, you know? That's why I'm holding calls. Um, but if something happens to change, I'm gonna try my best to capitalize on it, but on the call side. You know, if this starts to break out, I'm gonna look to add or make another trade and hold my other trade. If this starts to drop, I'm gonna look for one more reversal opportunity, you know, towards the 77470, you know? So if this isn't the lows, like I said, we're gonna look for calls towards power hour at 77470. And if that works, that will recoup the win. Simple as that. That will be enough gains to recoup the win. If it doesn't work, then it'll be a red day. You know, we had all green days all this week. If someone flips red, that's them. Fucking degenerates. And I told him to start lighter. I told him, I was like, bro, this isn't as confirmed. If you guys want to sit out on the trade, you can sit out. If you want to, you know what I mean? Um, the best confirmation was right here. This is the best confirmation. Was the green, red, green. You know, right now is the best confirmation we've seen all day to buy calls. Green, red, green, right? So you either start light here or you sit out of it, right? And if you sit out, like I said, I would just get in now. If you sat out of that first one, I would just consider getting in right now. And if you don't want to do that, then just get in towards 77470. It's like, bro, it's a game of probabilities too. You know, if it's not gonna bounce here, it's gonna bounce to 77470. It's a game of managing risk. Um, so yeah. But as long as they hold this, it's gonna reverse, you know? The only way this wouldn't work if it held all day is if the market just didn't give us a big move. I do think the market should give us a decent move today, but that's not gonna work all the time too. You know, it's not. Um, but we'll see, man. We really don't need a lot to happen for this trade to work. All we need is just a spike. If just hold around the price in a spike, you know? But if it just keeps on going lower and lower, then yeah, it's just not gonna, you know what I mean? It's just not gonna, well, we'll see. You know? We got plenty of time. Price is still holding. Um, and we got the best confirmations. You know? These are the best confirmation the whole day. These are the best confirmations we've seen the entire day. Green, red, green. It's held for hours. Trend reversal candle, you know? If we get a green down, green up, the market's going to reverse. All we need is a trend reversal candle or a green 30 minutes. So these next 11 minutes are really going to keep determining, you know, the next 11-minute close is going to really determine what's going to happen in the next hour. This is very important. You know, for this to work, the bulls need to start to turn this green. They got 10 minutes. If they can't, then we got the fucking, you know, then we got the red, green, red, you know what I mean? Then we got more bearishness, more lows, 77470. So they have to do it. They have to do it now for this to really work out. You know, with all that fucking decay and the drop it's had, they gotta start to bounce this. You know, like enough time has passed. It's been, bro, how fucking long? 11:30, like it's been fucking 2.5 hours almost. Like, bro, 2.5 hours. The price barely dropped, and it's just, you know, it's just now it's trying to go a little lower. Now it's trying to bounce. It's doing its own fuck shit right now. Next 9 minutes are really gonna help determine what that what the next move would be on this. But we'll see. We'll see. You know, this is insane, man. This is really insane. For this to reverse, it's gotta flip green now. You know? So yeah, man, I'll be back in a minute. This shit has gotta bounce. It's gotta start to bounce. I'm telling you, bro. If this goes to 77650, you're gonna see how fast this is gonna go to the highs. You know? I'm not in this trade by accident. The fuck? It went green. Could have taken profit. You know? Told him to start light. There's no fucking excuses. I'm not in this by accident. You know? We got 2 hours left. Big moves, certain levels, in power hour changes the whole board. So we'll see. You know, we got 2 fucking hours, bro. There's gonna be another trade. This trade can easily go green as fuck. You know? We just need certain things to happen. That could very happen.
All eyes is on me. And so no lies, don't cry. Devotion, often the joy of feeling over. Is it big on busy? You go she off in the lane, is it on the poster? Everything at 12, it was at a close friend. Traveling, and I said, don't friend, there's a way of being good, and I'm ghost. I just feel with bro, see them out, put it up, and say, I got no long back. It's the poster, it's the home code, I'm not really home code. She got all these girls. So for I'm following on the caddy, he's in shorty. On my back, I know like we fucking don't be nothing. Oh my god. So bad that she shit. So it's so coffee. Tell us somebody just got so.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro. I'm fucking telling you, dude. I've been looking at fucking AMD, bro. I'm fucking telling you, man. SPY could pull the same fucking shit, man. Look at fucking AMD, bro. Look at AMD, man. I'm telling you, bro. It's like SPY is fucking delayed and it wants to follow fucking AMD and just fucking reverse. You know? That's how I see this shit, bro. This is fucking crazy. That's the same pattern that SPY did yesterday. What the fuck? That shit is fucking insane. Bro, AMD literally did the exact identical pattern that SPY did yesterday. What the fuck? That's fucking crazy. It's fucking identical. Break above previous day highs. 3 red candles, bullish. What the fuck? Oh my gosh, bro, I'm telling you, like, SPY wants to fucking reverse and fucking follow that. I'm fucking telling you, bro. These are all the confirmations are bullish. There's no good reason to be in puts. There's nothing good about puts right now. The price held for fucking hours. Everything is confirmed bullish. Look, I'm telling you, bro, if we close this green down, green up, we're gonna go off like fucking crazy. We're gonna start buying, fucking adding. I'm saying you're gonna see, man. There's gonna be some trades coming up. I'm telling you. This closes green. There's gonna be trades. 100%. There's gonna be fucking trades. There's gonna be more trades. If that closes green, bro, I'm telling you, it's like literally SPY is giving the vibes. It just wants to follow fucking AMD. Look at this. This literally came back going to the high. Like, dude, it wants to do the same thing. 100%. Look at AMD. It's going fucking crazy now. Like, this fucking SPY wants to do the same shit. 100%. How could someone short, bro? If this closes green, how is someone going to short the market? This is the most bullish confirmation in the market to trigger a major reversal. Bro, if this closes green, I'm making more trades. I'm locking the fuck in, bro. I might make a trade on SPX here. I might do an SPX call here. Let's see. You know? I'm telling you, bro. Y'all need to get fucking rich in a situation like this. If you're bitching, whining, complaining, you're on the wrong side of the fucking trade. The fuck? This is a much higher opportunity than the previous trade. The price is all decayed. The confirmations are all better. If you don't get on a trade here, you're a fucking degenerate. 100%. I'm making another trade. I don't give a fuck. You know? I make 2 trades. If I have 2 L's, then I stop. So I'm getting ready to make another trade here, bro. If this closes green, I'm making another trade. Let's see. Let's see. SPX. All right, yeah. It's going to be on SPX. We're going to do an SPX trade. You know? And that's what I'm going to do. You can do futures too. You want to do futures? Do futures too. You want to YOLO a fucking 7-7 call? YOLO a 7-7 fucking call. You know? You want to take that risk. You know? I'm looking at 7785 SPX calls. This is what I'm doing. These was literally just at 350 cents. They're at 260. And the confirmations are a million times better, and all the contracts are decayed. You'd have to be insane to not make a trade here. The gains are going to be so much bigger than the previous trade. You know? So either buy puts or buy calls. You know? You have to be insane to not make a trade here. Everything is too cheap and the market's about to have a big move. This is the perfect time to enter a trade. So if this closes green, I'm going to buy SPX calls. I'm getting ready to buy some SPX calls. All right, so look, it closed green. So look, if we start to perk up here, bro, I'm getting in on these calls. I'm getting, and we're holding other calls. We're holding other calls. They're fucking 17 cents out of the fucking money. It's held for hours. Do the fucking math. If this starts to bounce, I'm buying SPX 7785 calls. If you guys aren't in on calls, buy 776. Buy the 776. We're already in. If you're not in yet, just fucking buy those, bro. You know? You guys do what you want, bro. I'm eyeing these 7785 SPX calls. I'm already in on calls. So, you know, I'm not going to add to my loser. I'm just going to buy another fucking strike. It's as simple as that. I'm just going to buy another fucking strike. So yeah. We'll see. I'm going to give this a little time, you know? Give this a little time. We'll see. I might enter this trade here. You know? If you don't want to get decayed, fucking trade futures, bro. You know? You guys need to be able to size. All right. We'll see. If it starts to perk up. I'm taking this trade. SPX 7885 calls. We'll see. They're at 250 cents, 240 cents. If this starts to perk up a little bit, you know, I'm getting in on this trade, bro. In each trade, we're going to have different exits. Different exits for each trade, you know? Different exits. Different entries, different exits. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'd be terrified. I'd be horrified to be in puts. I would be fucking horrified to short the market right now. Look at this. Green, red, green. Green down, green up. That's a trend reversal signal. It's at the break and retest level. It's held for hours. In terms of all the curriculum and everything it is that I know, there's absolutely no reason for puts. There's no you'd have to be a peak. There's no reason to be in a put right now. You know, in terms of buying a put, there's no reason for someone to buy a put right now. If they're holding a put, that's a different story. But for someone to buy a put right now, there's no reason. That's why I'm looking at these 785 calls. All right, guys, I'm in. 270 cents. 270 cents. 7885 SPX calls. You know? So here we go. Trade number 2. You guys know the risk of holding. I'm in on the calls, bro. SPX 7785 calls. There we go. Let's flip the whole fucking market. And you guys know the risk of holding. The calls, they can go up a fuck ton in a couple minutes, right? And then they could drop right back down. You know the risk. You know? Right here, our calls was green. Green as fuck. And then they got decayed. You guys know the risk of holding. I'm in on SPX. SPX 7885 calls. SPX 7885 calls. You know? Let's flip this whole fucking chart. Let's turn the whole fucking tables. You know? That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm using a fucking system. I try to tell him, bro. I told him, look, if it fucking drops, we're gonna buy another trade. Well, I just bought the other trade. I just bought the other fucking trade. You know? Contracts is cheap as fuck right now. If you're not getting in a trade right now, you're a fucking degenerate. These are the cheapest prices you're gonna see. Besides 3:30 p.m. This cheap is too fucking cheap, bro. Everything is too fucking cheap. It's too cheap. The deals are too good. The confirmations are too good. The prices are too cheap. Everything is too cheap. You know? It's like prices are so good, you have to make a trade. They're just too goods of deals. Like 778 SPX calls, 270 cents. 7785 SPX calls, 270 cents. So we'll see, man. You know? And like I said, if I have two L's, I usually just call it there. You know? We'll see how this works out. I had a thesis. I'm sticking with the thesis. You know? All the confirmations came in. I'm telling you, bro. Anyone who knows this confirmation knows this is the best trend reversal confirmation in the market. Green down, green up. And everyone should be sized in bigger on this trade compared to that trade. Because I told you guys to start light, there was no confirmation it could drop. I literally said it. So it dropped. Now there's a confirmation. So take a bigger fucking size. And if you hold it to fucking infinity and don't manage your risk, that's on you, bro. I'm telling you, this is the highest probability trade to work today. This is on everything. Everything I do, this is the best setup at the best price. So if people can't beat green with a 50% win rate, and like they could easily come back to life and go green as fuck too, but bro, they're just not listening. I told them start light, and then we're gonna make another trade, and we're taking a normal size, you know. And if this doesn't work out, then we'll likely just call it. So we'll see. You know, SPX 7785 calls, and the calls are priced a lot higher than what we paid for the SPY calls. So you're already sizing in more just by buying a contract. Um. So yeah, man. You know, this is the most bullish pattern. You know, if people don't want to experience drawdowns, I tell them wait for the most bullish patterns. If they're broke, don't trade. Wait for the most precise, best confirmation on the fucking planet. Look, if you guys want, look, wait for this then. Green, red, green, green down, green up. Wait for that. You know, if people want to bitch, whine, and complain, then fuck them. You know, if you're broke, you're following the wrong person. I don't associate myself with broke people. I don't. I cannot stand them. To fucking all they do is bitch, whine, and complain. I can give people a 1,000% return. They'll find a way to tell me I'm red today. I'm like, are you a fucking degenerate? Do you not do math? Do you not listen? Start light, take a normal size on a better trade. Maybe not take the trade at all. Wait for the better one. The fuck? It's like, bro, I'm not missing out. You know, some people have money. They trade. They don't sit here all day and say, oh, let me wait for the most fucking rocket scientist of a fucking trade. I'm just saying, bro, I could just buy another fucking strike like I'm doing right now. So this is what it is, guys. You do what you want. You know, this is bullish as fuck. You know, if someone can't buy a call now because they bought the first one, they shouldn't be trading. Because I told them to start light. I literally said start light, and I also said you don't have to take it because this could drop first. Everything's bullish, bro. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if this goes to zero. I don't care. This works. If this goes to zero and the market just so happens to not do what it's supposed to do, I don't care. I did my job. I did what I had to do. You know? If this goes to zero, then fuck it. If it's gonna not work once out of fucking 10 times, I'm not gonna not trade because, you know, the fuck? I'm gonna trade. It works 90% of the fucking time. This pattern that I'm showing you right now works 90% of the time. It's the best trade. Everyone should have normal size. Everyone should be in on it. It's the 100% the best setup. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. You know, I'm putting myself, this is the best trade. I did what I said I was gonna do. You know, I said I was just gonna get in on the first one. And then I told him on the second one, I was going to look to make the best setup at the best price. Well, that's what this is. This is the best setup at the best price. It does not get better than this. I promise you that. It does not get better than this. You know? This is the best of confirmations. It's at the level we bought at. Everything is confirmed. It doesn't get better than this. If it doesn't work, then I'm fucking proud that it doesn't work. Because it works every fucking time almost, you know? The fuck? I gotta get in on something that's gonna work 90% of the time. I can't sit out. the one time it's not gonna work, I can't do it. The fuck? So yeah, man, we're all in on calls, you know, and that's what we're doing. I'm in on the SPX calls. I told someone if they want to, if they didn't buy 776, buy it now. It's a lot cheaper. If they want to YOLO a 7.7, YOLO a 7.77. But put all the fucking size in the 7.785 SPX, and if you didn't get it on 7.76, just buy it fucking now and put size there. So yeah, man, losing's a fucking choice. Like I said, bro, people gonna learn today. They're gonna learn, If you're too broke to buy here, then buy here, bro. Take the second one. Fuck. Both are gonna fucking print. Gives a fuck. If people are broke, don't trade. That's what I would say. If you're gonna bitch, whine, and complain, this is not for you. I'm not missing out on wins, bro. Trade drops 90%, still win. I'm not missing out. Fuck that.
Was all set.
How about that? That's a lead. Just so you guys know, the biggest win of the entire week is setting up. If you're not in on fucking calls, you're a fucking degenerate. This is the biggest percentage gain setting up. I am honored to take this. It's a fucking honor.
They call it a class. It's 20 I'll send them in yet on the Mexico. Take your heart and just keep letting go. It's in the top of the blue level. Money you're such a level. The top of the perfect alleyway. I'm not to fight and you go next level. Bitch, I'm sitting up at the ceiling. I to believe. That's a cute. So they get you. Came in the game was a cute. My pockets blew up on two. She got them for to see. To a cheese. You let them kids, it's young for any that they try to be more. It's a good because in the business of such a never been the moment. But then they come like a friend and they treated me like I wasn't normal. They can look for the transaction that don't make it just no problems. I'm having this shit with you, man. Show respect like your best. They put you that nice and get you like it. I woke up and looked at it.
Bro, if you guys are not sized in on this trade, to be green as fuck, even if the other one doesn't work, you're all fucked. Don't even take the other one then. That's what I would say, bro. This trade is gonna make us green as fuck, even if it's a 50% win rate. I think they're both gonna print, but everyone should be sized in where they can just make bank with a 50% success rate. SPX cost a lot more than SPY, so it already does that for you. And this setup is a million times better than the previous setup that's red. So, bro, losing's a choice. If you guys can't figure out how to be successful with a 50% win rate, I would suggest you quit. There's a thing called starting light and bigger percentage gains. Figure it the fuck out. Fuck. This is bullish as fuck. If a trade is a million times better and I started light on the other one, I would take a bigger size. And it's a fucking normal size. We started light on the other one. Motherfuckers. Losing is a fucking... If you guys find a way to be red today, that's you. That's you. I'm presenting to you the best opportunity in the entire stock market. The fuck? Oh, man, let's see, bro. Let's see. Let's take a look at this SPX. Let's take a look. Oh, man, it's right back at 400, like magic. Oh, man. It's right back at 400. Fucking magic. Fucking 270 to 400 already, bro. I'm holding it. Fuck it. I'm holding it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let me see. I'm fucking leaving. Fucking crazy, bro. Look, it barely fucking dropped. It barely fucking dropped. Decay 'em, bro. Make them all zero. Make all the contracts zero. Make them all drop 99%. What's gonna happen when they all go deep in the money? What's gonna happen then? People are gonna get rich. People get rich when trades drop 90%. That's how you get fucking rich. Nothing devil. Get you messing with the devil. What? I'm on the shit that you can't smell, baby. So, if I'm tries you, bring the shit, bring the coffee, bring the pain. Got my heart right here. My stomach's right here. Bring the train, bring your baby, bring your. That's how it fucking works, dude. Hey, just let me motherfucking know. It's so Oh my gosh, bro. Fucking, you know? They should just look, they froze the whole market. Look at this. Man, everyone holding is getting fucked. They freeze the whole market. This is fucking crazy, bro. This is fucking crazy. You know? It is what it is, guys. Guys, I'm holding the trade. Fuck it. I'm holding the trade, bro. Oh my fucking gosh. Dude, I just gave back a 30% fucking return holding that. Fucking shit, bro. This is ridiculous. You know? These people who hold for the biggest win, it's insane. It's absolutely insane, bro. It is fucking crazy.
I'm trying to make this motherfucker see. You hear somebody like to take that school and I shot. See this for a baby. And we keep them on the middle. See them, they keep it on the hill. People why they phone don't get through. These checks till I'm checks out. I'm sure you give me next till I'm checks out. I'm putting down. Cash out. Interviewing all. Shorty like the way that I fall out, fall out. Be getting my time, fall out, fall out. From cash, so I go fall out. Shorty like the way that I fall out. Easier, little time. I'm saying no pussy gas, that's what my baby like.
Bro, this is fucking obscene, bro. This is fucking obscene. Every time this trade goes up 35%, it goes red. This is fucking crazy, bro. Man, the risk it takes. The risk it fucking takes to win bigger, bro. This one was at least up 25, 30%. That one red as fuck. This one up over 35%. That just went red as fuck. Now it's going, bro. The risk it takes to win big, it's just fucking insane. It's fucking crazy, bro. This shit is fucking insane, bro. See, hold the trade, hold the trade. I'm like, bro, all the trades already worked. This is fucking crazy, bro. It's fucking crazy. This shit is insane. Man, this fucking market is fucking trash for fucking holding today. At some point, it should be good, but bro, they're just fucking everyone right now for like 3 fucking hours straight. And all the trades are green. All the trades are green. Shit's crazy, bro. Shit is insane. Like, dude, if this literally doesn't bounce here, I will get back a 30% gain. If this doesn't bounce here, it's like fucking insanity. Fucking crazy. Fucking all the decay to fucking drop it lower and push. It's fucking crazy, man. Fucking shit. It should go up. That's why I'm fucking holding. But fuck, the last one was supposed to go higher. Look what it fucking did. But for people truly holding, this has a fuck ton of potential. It's just to get there. To fucking get there is another fucking. It's like to get there. It's like I'm up 30 now. I'm fucking down now. I'm fucking up 20. It's like to fucking get there. Oh man, to fucking get there. Shit is ridiculous, bro. Look at this. Dude, they better fucking spike this shit. It's fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. It's up 30%. It fucking brought that shit to red. Fucking bullshit. Like, yeah, it's really generous market there. Really generous. Fucking get in, get out. It's only fucking generous thing or not. But no, it's supposed to have a big move, bro. It is. It's supposed to have a big fucking move. They're taking for fucking ever. Which is costing us fucking gains. Fucking A, bro. Dude, oh my god. Am I really gonna risk this to go in? Oh my fucking god. Fucking damn. Damn. It's fucking obscene. It's fucking crazy. Look at this. I'm literally risking green to red on this. This is crazy, bro. Fucking insanity. They're at 310 cents. I'm up 40 cents. I could just sell it right here. It's fucking crazy. I could just sell right here. I'll be great. Oh man. Oh man, bro. This holding the trade shit is intense, bro. Just fucking every trade went up and then it went right back down. This is fucking crazy, bro. Every fucking time. This is crazy. So it went from 270 to 4 fucking 20. It's almost red. This one went up like 20 fucking 30%. That's red as fuck. It's like this holding shit, man. It's fucking insanity. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. Damn, dude. Damn. Bro, it's red. I was up 40%. It's fucking red now. This is crazy, bro. The last one was up 25, 30%. That one's down a fuck ton. This is fucking crazy, bro. Fucking holding, I'm burning money just holding this shit. This is fucking crazy, man. I'm just burning fucking money holding these trades. I'm just burning it fucking. Damn, this is insane. This is fucking insane. Like, wow, this is crazy. I hold the trade, I burn the money. In the club, I was laying all over the floor and remember how they got there, and I guess I must have killed them. Killed them. Damn, bro. That's intense, bro. I don't know. Did they take profits? I don't know. I haven't looked at the chat since the stream started. Did they take the games? Or were they holding to like the unlimited fuck you percent? Oh my god, bro. Look at that, bro. I was up 40%. Is red. Damn, bro. This one, this was at least 25%. It's crazy, bro. I could have just taken the game and been green. It's crazy. Oh my gosh, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. Look, bro, it went up and it went down. It's fucking crazy, bro. It didn't go straight up. It's fucking crazy. Oh my gosh. This market is fucking cooked, bro. What it takes to win big is a fucking catastrophe. That's what the fuck it takes. It takes a fucking catastrophe, man. Oh man, bro. I'm just like, I can't, bro. I can't. I tried. I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna try to win big. Look at what happened. All the trades went green to red. It's like we had a green trade, we turned it into a red trade. You know? It's crazy. Well, we got an hour, for those of you holding this, we got 90 minutes to fucking have the biggest gains in the planet. We could have already sold for gains and gotten back in, but we got 90 minutes for the craziest spike in the fucking history, bro. For those of you who are holding and trading it that way. Some of you, you're probably selling because you see what's going on. At some point, it is supposed to spike, but if it doesn't happen, we could have just took profits. Fuck, like fucking A, bro. Shit is crazy, man. What it takes to win big, it's like, man, I was just up 40%, and now it's red. The fuck? This shit is crazy, bro. 40 fucking percent. Just wiped, gone. Now it's decaying. Now it's going lower. This shit is fucking crazy, like. Damn, the market is fucking cooked. They better give us a fucking 10x, Fucking A. The market is fucking cooked. It's supposed to have a big spike. Man, they must be waiting to make the trades worth like a penny and then just go from a penny to fucking 100. And then the people who buy them at a penny, they make a fucking 100, they make a fucking 10,000% return. Maybe they're just waiting to do that. Like fucking. It's supposed to spike, I mean, it spiked right here. The trade went up. Spiked right here. The trade went up. I guess it did what it was supposed to do. I don't know. Like, fucking, this is fucking insane. Like, this is some fucking bullshit. Like, what the fuck? Damn, bro. I could have just been green and fucking walked away green. It's fucking. This is crazy, bro. Everything I touch, it goes up, and now it goes down after it goes up. It's fucking. You know? I mean, we could hold, but man, fucking. Oh my gosh, bro. Look at that. Fucking. Dude. This is fucking. Oh my gosh, bro. They're fucking destroying everyone right now, man. Oh man. Bro, shout out to the scalpers, bro. For those of you who scalp that shit, you're green as fuck. All the trades were green. Holding this shit, bro. I'm fucking red right now. I held fucking holding. I'm red. I held the trade, I held the trade. I'm red. Fucking holding. Oh, fucking yeah. I held the trade, bro. I held it. I fucking. Oh man, bro. I held this one, bro. Same shit. Damn, bro. Same shit. Fucking hell. Bro. Fucking hell the trade. It's crazy. Bro, all we had to do was just buy and sell, man. We're back in the same boat. I'm back in the same boat as the last one. All I had to do was sell it, bro. I was like, no, I'm gonna hold it. Benny Games, fuck it. You know? Fucking 1,000%. Hold the trade. Shit is crazy, bro. Oh my gosh, bro. Dude, I hope they took profit, bro. I hope they took profit. Oh my goodness. It's fucking crazy, bro. Trade went up 40%, dude. Fucking 40%. Dude, what the fuck? This went up 40%. This 20-cent spike, the SPX trade went up 40%. All SPY did was go up fucking 20 cents. It went up 40 fucking percent. Fucking crap. Shit's crazy, bro. Oh my gosh, bro. We're just burning everything today, man. Everything's just fucking burning everything. Fuck it. What the fuck? Oh man. It's fucking wild. That's interesting. Like someone's green because they didn't hold, and another person is red because they held. You know? And then someone's also green because they hold. It's like, you know what I mean? It's crazy to think about that. Like crazy. Like someone could be green because they held, and someone could be green because just they sell. You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy to think about that, man. It's insane. It's fucking. You know, the market wants to be a fucking. That's the when the market's a fucking shithead. At least when you scalp, it's fucking games. You know. It's just crazy, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, damn, they're really pulling the. Bro, they're pulling the. This is what they're pulling. Where the fuck is that? This is literally what the market just turned into. Ever since we started buying calls, turned into this. What the fuck is this? Bro, where the fuck is this pattern? I'm gonna show you, bro. This is what the market's doing. Bro, you know, welcome to the stock market, guys. You know, everyone wants to hold for big wins. Yeah, hold my calls, massive gain. Yeah, hold my puts, massive gain. Oh, what happened? What happened? What the fuck happened? It was so good. What happened? What happened, guys? Does anyone know what the fuck happened that caused it to fucking. Does anyone have a logical reason on what caused this to go from amazing to just complete ash like it did on June fucking 22nd? Does anyone know? Does anyone have a logical explanation on what caused them? This is why I tell people to scout. This is why. All people want to do is bitch, whine, and complain. If they sold for W's, they'd be green. You know? Obviously, if you hold, you have bigger wins, so it makes up for the L's. But most people, they just, you know, they're better off just taking profit. It's like, you know, it's fucking shit. Like, look at this, bro. This is the market. Oh, it's gonna have a big move. Everything's picture perfect. Oh, fuck, what's this? Didn't do shit. Fucking died. It died the whole day. What happened? Oh, fuck. The only person who could have made money here was someone who bought and sold. Someone who bought the SPX trade, and then they sold it for a 30% gain. Welcome to the stock market, guys. You want to hold? You're gonna turn wins into L's, bro. You're gonna turn W's into L's. Simple as that. If you want to hold those trades, you know, bigger percentage gains, but W's that are turning into fucking L's. You know, it's like, dude, I literally held. It went green as fuck. It went green as fuck, and then it collapsed and then it, you know, same fucking shit. You know. That's why if you scalp, it's the most superior edge in the market because you never have to rely on holding. You know, people rely on holding because they win bigger and they have bigger L's too. 100% losers, bigger wins. You can have the same, you can have fucking 20, 30% losers and then 60 to 90% winners. But I had all the reason to hold this trade. My intention was to truly hold it. I really believe that the market can have a strong reversal. You know, the problem is it's dead. That's the problem. It could still have it. It could still do it. Um, so it's not even that the market dropped. That's not the problem. Our entries were fucking superior. We could have bought calls here. We could have bought calls here. We could have bought calls here. Everyone knows options decay. In terms of our entries, we had very superior entries that also improved on the second trade. So the entries were superior. They were towards the exact lows. Options decay, and the market always doesn't have big moves. So if you buy and sell, you never get trapped. You never lose. If a trade goes up and you're green, you never lose. There's people bitching and whining, complaining. The trades were green. Someone could have sold. You know. So just welcome to the market, guys. Welcome to the market. It's just fucking insane. Holding's a long-term game. Scalping, that's every day. If you scalp, you should be green every single day. If you're gonna hold your trades, that's a long-term game. Sometimes the trades you hold, they go green to red. Sometimes they go up 20%, you hold it, it goes red. Scalping, you're always green. Scalping is green every day. That's why it's fucking superior. Oh yeah, that's green every day. Straight green. Just straight green. One person's making money selling. One person's losing money short term holding, making money long term holding. You know? That's what I tell you, bro. If they want to win every day, they got to scalp. That's the only way. If you hold a trade, market's not always gonna have big moves. The trades you hold aren't always gonna work. Sometimes they're gonna go green to red. Risking that's a choice though. So I'm saying, bro, for those of you who want to be green every single day, if that's your goal, scalping is the only way. You have to scalp. You have to do it. I'm holding this trade. That's what I'm doing. But if you want to be green every single day, you have to scalp. There's the only way.
Don't stop me, bitch. That's what I got no business. I got these white bitches going crazy, man. I got the deadlines to leave, like she went for that stance. The business is over, why she would be up a friend. Got the gangs about to go on, be another man. Things are all the time, we put on the place fine. We go to booby trap, VIP, no trying to be in disguise. You got a rich you alone, that's how you got shit down. Got a neck up better to build, ready to fly. Got some men who need all of my motions, I'm ready to ride. Trying to stay away from the toxic shit, but I can't deny it. I still fighting my people. I don't know what to leave. I'm busy putting my team on. That's for the people. She make a mess and she clean. She call her friend Tina. She took the song. Fuck around, you can be single. I just wanna be major. She know I'm famous. Inside the single. I just wanna be major. I just call like the peaches. I just call like stay on top, stay on top. Better believe. They keep praying on my fall. I better believe. When I comes out, better believe. I just watch my off seat. Oh, y'all better believe. You better believe. You better believe. Dirty bastard, plastic. I'm gonna free the acid, magic. My mind's doing backflips, gymnastics. All my
Oh my goodness, bro. Oh man, now they're back to life. Oh man. It's fucking holding shit. Some people are just better off selling, bro. People don't have what it takes though. They don't have what it takes, you know? I can lose their minds on and on. They don't have what it takes though. You know? I mean, it's not the most attractive thing to be doing, you know? Market conditions change. They fucking change all the time. At least if you don't hold, no matter what you do, you should be green every time. You know? That's the benefit to not holding trade. It's like the price, there's always a scalp, you know? There's not always a big move, hold, far out of the money. That's not gonna, nothing's gonna work 100% of the time. At least with scalping, it's always there. That's why I tell people who scalp, they should be green every single day because the opportunity is always there. You know, we can sit here and hold trades and say, yeah, the market's gonna have a big move, la di da di da. It's not always gonna happen. But with scalping, there's always a it's always happening. That's why I tell, like, bro, people scalping, they should never be read. They should look at the trades. If people scalp the trades, look, it worked. It worked. You know, if you don't want to hold, don't hold. Scalp. Scalp the fucking. You know what I mean? It's like there's no reasons to be read if someone scalped the trades. There's no reasons. This shit is fucking insane, bro. Look at this. Oh, they're just decaying us to the fucking stratosphere. I'm telling you, they're gonna probably try to pull up. Let's make the contracts worth so fucking worthless, or whoever buys them gets rich. It could be that kind of thing. If not, then it wasn't the day to hold. It's as simple as that. But bro, I'm in on these calls. I'm holding the calls. You know, that's what I'm doing. I'm just saying, bro. If people scalped, they would have all been green. No bitching, no whining, complaining, no fucking whatever the fuck. It would have all been green if they scalped. All of them, 100%. All the trades were green. Losing's a choice. If something's green and you go red, losing's a choice. Oh my gosh, they're gonna flip it bearish again, bro. Fucking assholes, bro. Gosh, man, this fucking holding shit is like fucking miserable. It's fucking A, bro. Every time it goes up, they just fucking flush it. Oh my gosh, look at the odds, bro. On a short-term time frame, the odds are clearly stacked against us. You know? It could flip, but this shit has literally faked out the whole day. You know, we are up against all of the odds with an hour and 30 minutes left. You know, with the 415 extension. For those of you who use the right broker. Um, but yeah, man, this is fucking holding trades is fucking cooked right now. This shit is crazy. The market literally died. You know, will it come back to life? Well, we'll see. You know, this was supposed to be bullish. It was supposed to be a big bullish move. Doesn't mean we have to hold the trade though. But it was supposed to be a bullish big move. You know, if you don't know trades, it doesn't have to be anything. You could just buy and sell it. On to the next. But no, this is very bullish. The 30-minute candle is going to try to close strong. So we finally might get this breakout we're looking for, bro. The 30-minute candle is designed to close strong. If they somehow fuck this up, if they fuck this up, I would say we tried everything in the fucking book. You know, I think after that we tried every single thing we could have possibly done. After that, then it's it would just be 330 to trade, but still hold this shit. Like we did everything we could have possibly done. Like this is green, red, green consolidation for hours. Green down, green up, spike, that worked. Green down, green up, it could continue to spike and break out, right? Guys, we did everything we could have possibly done, you know, which is why I am holding this. It does make sense. Like green down, green up, spike, green down, green up, spike, like next 30 minutes, it does make sense. But bro, if we would have just scalped this, we would have been 40% here, 25% here. So there's no excuses to be red. There really isn't. You know, you guys see, look, this is what holding's like. You guys want to hold your trades. Look, it's fucking, you know, for shit to work, it's like a fucking catastrophe. You know, the only way to, if you don't want to deal with this, you just buy it instead of profit stop. That's the only way. You know, you're going to get profit stopped out and then you might miss out on gains or you might be fucking saved because it goes fucking red. This holding, you guys know how holding options are, bro. These things, they just decay and fuck everyone. They just decay and fuck and fuck. Like, it's insane. Until it finally works, you know? Until it finally fucking works. It fucking, it's like it already worked, but no, we're holding. We're holding this range. This shit is crazy. Shit is insane. Like, if we don't get a breakout the next 40 minutes, I did and tried everything I could have possibly done with competence. So I did my job, you know? We could have just sold those. We could have just sold for profits. We could have just taken gains. But within the next 40 minutes, there's high probabilities that we're going to get the breakout. You know, if we can just go in this zone, it's going to try to do a nice fuck you spike, and we're going to sell into that fucking shit. Because, bro, this shit can literally just go right back down. But you can set profit stops and move the profit stops up higher instead of just selling into that crazy fucking spike. And the market could go back. It could go all the way back up to here. It is a possibility. Sometimes the market has bigger moves. There is a move on the chessboard where it is possible this could go to 778. You know, sometimes it will top at fucking 777 and then go back down, right? Set the profit stops, move them up higher. So guys, that SPX trade just came back from Ash and it's green as fuck, which means this trade right here should come back from Ash. You know, welcome to holding, bro. You guys don't like this? Welcome to holding. You know, if you want to scalp, you get in, you get out, you get back in, wait for a better confirmation. Like, bro, there's been hella scalps today. This right here, this was a great scalp. This right here was a great fucking scalp. And another one is setting up. If you look at the chart, green down, green up, another one is setting up. You know, I will say though, it is risky to hold past 3. If we get a big breakout here, if we get the big breakout here, which could happen, there's high probabilities we can continue to run this for the next 9 minutes and break this shit out. I will say if you hold past there, you're going to be risking your trades to go green to red. That went up a lot. That could go up more. So it looks like it's wise to set a profit stop. But in terms of what this can actually do, this could literally go right back up to the highs. It really could. But it could also just go right back down. And you can get back all your gains. You know? With the fuck shit the market's pulled, I would like to sit here and believe that it's just going to keep going higher. Right? But the risk is all your gains. That's the fucking risk. It's all your fucking gains. So you guys do what you want. I'm gonna hold this for 8 more minutes and then make a decision. That's what I'm gonna do. You know, you can see how it react. I would say if you want to set a profit stop at the very least. Set a profit stop at the very least after 3. After 3. We just need to hold this for 8 more minutes. It's got high probabilities of bouncing. And then we'll go from there. You know, you guys manage your trades. If you think you guys can do this better or you want to trade a different way, you guys do you. You know, you guys know I usually get in, get out. Well, this trade was up 25%. It dropped a fuck ton. Now it's coming back to life. This trade was up 40%. Now it's more green as fuck, right? So, you know, not everyone's got the stomach for that. You know, not everyone's wants to deal with that. I get it. Scalping exists for a reason. You guys can get in, you can get out. All the trades were winners. So if you're red, that's you. I don't like, you know? You don't have to sit here and copy every fucking thing. Like, you guys know. But look, man, 7 minutes. 7 minutes. We'll fucking see. This fucking market is so fucking. Oh man, all this shit is fucking brutal sometimes, bro. It really is. Fucking brutal. This fucking SPX fucking trade, literally fucking in the money to out of the money, fucking a trillion fucking times. Oh my gosh, bro. Bro, just give us one more fucking spike. One more fucking spike. Like fucking shit, man. One more fucking rip. And then we'll make a decision. You know? If this is the exact peak, the market is cooked. If that's the exact highs and we don't go any, the market's cooked. This is fucking insane. We literally got the best entries. It's fucking crazy. You know? You guys can see what options, you know, timing matters. You get the best entries. Well, wait a couple hours in the same entry. It's a big fucking difference. You know? Timing fucking matters with gains. It's fucking crazy, bro. We got fucking an hour, 15 minutes. It's fucking. Oh my gosh, bro. This holding shit is so fucking. This strike is literally sitting at the money. The 7785 calls, they're literally sitting right at the money. This either goes straight back down or it goes up another 40%. Oh my gosh, bro. Know the risk of holding, bro. This is fucking insanity. Know the risk of holding, dude. This trade literally went green to red twice. Fucking twice. This is fucking crazy, bro. It's just fucking ridiculous. Yeah? This is fucking crazy, bro. Fucking bitch of a fucking hold, that's for sure. Oh my gosh, bro. It's gonna go red again. Fucking serious. Like, we could have just gotten in, gotten out, like twice. This is fucking crazy, bro. This is so insane. It's either gonna have a big ass fucking spike, or if people don't sell, it's not gonna work and they're gonna go to worthless. You know? It's just fucking crazy. Oh my gosh, bro. Fucking, they really wanted to cook the market on Friday, you know? Really wanted to cook it Friday. Bro, that's like all the fucking. They're literally. They are fucking decaying the fuck out of everyone right now, dude. That's like all the fucking games just fucking what. And the price is fucking higher than when we got in. Man, this holding shit, they're making everyone look like shit who's fucking holding. Like fucking, I know at some point it could just go fucking crazy, but to get there, oh my fucking gosh, bro. The trade went up 40% twice. And it went red twice. Like, to fucking get there. Like, it might not even get there. You know? That's the market. It might not even get there. It's fucking crazy. And it's decaying. It's literally decaying right now. It's like, that's the thing with holding. If you guys want to win holding, sometimes you gotta go through the most absurd bullshit. And it doesn't work all the time. You know? That's why scalping is just so superior. Because if someone's scalped, it's always there. They can always just enter and exit. You know? With holding, it can go green to red. It might not go green enough. It might not be big of enough win. They might flip it red. Options decay. You know? This, dude, the contract is barely up. And this shit went up a fuck ton. It was up a lot, you know what I mean? This shit went up a fuck ton. It's barely fucking up because options are decaying. And the contract just went out of the money. The 7785 SPX call, it's literally flat. You know? So You guys see what it takes to hold. And you don't have to hold this way. You can just sell. When the market's acting degenerate like this, you can just sell it. When the market's good and it goes straight up like this, just set a profit stop. Hold the trade, set a profit stop. You'll never get profit stopped out. And by the time you're profit stopped out, or by the time you sell, it's going to be a massive win. So, guys, if the price action is trash, you don't have to hold. You can just sell it. You don't have to hold this, you know? You can just exit the fucking trade. This trade was up 40% twice, and it went red twice. And the risk is 100% on that. You know, like it's absurd. It's fucking absurd. I could have made that same trade twice. It's fucking absurd. I could have been green as fuck already. You know? If I scalped, I could have sold into the spike. Could have sold into the spike. If I held, sold into another, like, bro, I could have just fucking, you know what I mean? Like, this is so fucking, it's insanity. This holding shit is fucking, it's not easy. This shit is fucking hard. Especially when the market is like this. It died. The whole market died. It's been dead for 1, 2, 3, fucking 4 hours. It died for 4 hours. You know, we can still get a big move, but by then, the prices are going to be so fucking cheap. Or if anyone believes in that big move, they're going to have to make another trade because the gains are going to be fucking astronomical. They're going to be insane. The gains are going to be fucking absurd. If we do get a big move and they decay this, the gains are going to be so fucking insane. So you can see how timing matters with options. Um, bro, everything's bullish. It really is. They're just taking their sweet fucking time. But we might not get the big move. The market never guarantees a big move all the time. I showed you what it did on June 22nd. That shit had big moves at the open, and then it just died. You know? That's another thing. Think of all the things someone has to be right when they trade a certain way. If someone's job is just to buy and sell and scalp, they just got to time it right. That's all they got to do. If they don't time it right, they get stopped out. If someone's job is to hold a trade, dude, they got a fuck ton of other problems. They got decay, they got all this, you know what I mean? They got a fuck ton of other fucking problems. Fucking, oh, it's showing green to red 20 fucking times. We didn't sell because we're fucking holding it. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, holding is far more, you know, it's a lot. It's a fucking lot of shit to deal with. Scalping is simple. You get in, you get out. Holding, oh my fucking gosh, bro. To manage this fucking shit, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, this shit is absurd. Look, it's red again. The trade literally, it's green twice, you know? They could have sold for gains. It was green twice. They could have sold it for fucking dubs. They could have sold it, got back in, and fucking sold. You know what I mean? Bro, the market, if you guys hold, you have lower probabilities of a win rate. It's just facts. If people got in and got out, they'd be green every single time, you know? This holding shit, it can lead to bigger gains, but it also leads to L's, you know? If this doesn't have a big move and it has to go in my direction, I'm literally sacrificing 2 wins to hold this. You see what I'm saying? That's 2 W's. Gone. Evaporated. They disappeared. 2 fucking W's. They're completely wiped. The only thing that brings, the more this decays and does nothing, the only thing that's going to bring that to life is a big move. If we don't get a big move, then we're red. So I'm telling you, if you guys do the calculations on holding, it leads to more losses. You know, you can have bigger wins, but it leads to red days and it leads to more losses. You know, it doesn't always lead to fucking green. But the green is bigger. The green is bigger than the red, you know? But you can scalp and be green every day and the green will still be bigger than the red. You see what I'm saying? So they each are different styles, you know, different. It's insane, like, of just how both of the systems they both work, but the insanity of like One is clean, one takes forever, you know? I could have just gotten in, gotten out, clean trade. You know, now I'm sitting here saying, oh fuck, it's decayed. We need a big move. If we don't get a big move, we're gonna be red. If we get a big move and it's on the short side, we're gonna be red. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like you scalp, you buy it here, and then you sell it. And you can set a profit stop. You buy it here, sell it. Leave a runner, sell it higher. See what I'm saying? Like this holding shit, it is not for the fucking weak. Oh my gosh. This is like the amount of bullshit that I just went through for absolutely fucking nothing blows my mind. I could have just taken my gains. But no, I want to hold the trade. You know, I want to hold the trade, you know? It's like there's other ways to get big gains. You can hold a scalp and just set profit stops. The market doesn't go straight up every single time, you know? You guys can literally just get in, hold the trade, set a profit stop. Sometimes it goes straight up, sometimes it doesn't. Simple as that. It's just, man, this holding this option shit, bro. It's like, this is fucking insane. I could see if it's going straight up, but if it's not, it's like there's decay and it might not get a big move. And it might get a big move in the other direction. So it's like, it seems extremely fucking, you know, like, man, the amount of wins I could have already had. Like, this is insanity, bro. Like, we literally bought calls at the lows of day. There's no way, bro. There's no one in this fucking planet got a better entry than me. There's no way, bro. The entry was 776 and 77640. There's not a single person in this fucking planet who got a like those are amazing entries. Like fucking it's just flat, dead, decayed, fucked. You know? It's like if people aren't scalping, they're getting fucking wrecked these next couple, you know what I mean? Like that's why I like scalping because there's no L's. There's no L's with scalping, you know? It's just so fucking stress free. I'm over here like saying, bro, I could have just had 2 W's if I scalped this. This might not even have a big move. This might not even fucking go in our direction. You know, there's two things against us. That's the thing with scalping. All you gotta do is time it right. If you hold, there's so many other things that have to be right. You know what I mean? Options decay. Like this shit is fucking hard as fuck. It works long term, but bro, there's no way someone's gonna be green every day if they hold their trades. There's just no way. If they hold and set profit stops, they'll be green every day. But if they don't set the profit stop, there's no way, bro. There's absolutely no way. If someone holds a trade, doesn't set a profit stop, and aims for a bigger win, they're not going to be green every day. It's impossible. There's no way. There's no way someone could be green every single day holding a trade without a profit stop. You know, there's just no way. They're going to flip green to red. They're going to have days where they hold and they're going to go green to red. They're going to have days where the options decay too much. Too much decay. The price went higher, but it took too long. It's decayed. You know what I mean? Like, this is ridiculous. The market literally pulled a June 22nd. You know? This is crazy, bro. The market literally pulled a June 22nd. Where the fuck was that day? This is fucking. This is why. This is why you'll never be green every day. You guys want to see why you'll never be green every day if you hold or if you go far the money? It's because of shit like this. This is why. This fucking. Where was this day, bro? Oh my gosh, dude. Where the fuck is June? Jeez, bro. This fucking shit is so fucking small. The fuck? Bro, this is why. I'm telling you. If someone wants to be green every single day, if they hold a trade without a profit stop, or they go far out of the money, it's not going to happen. They're never going to be green every single day. Obviously, that doesn't matter. You don't have to be green every single day. Some people do that. Some people want to be green every single day. So for them, it matters. Um, but the wins are always bigger than the L's. That's why it doesn't matter. But if you guys are just scalping, bro, you set the profit stops. You know, like the market doesn't always have big moves, and it doesn't always have big moves in your direction. So if you hold a trade, you have so much up against you, which means you're gonna have red days and you're gonna want bigger wins. No matter how you trade, bigger wins than the losses, you know? So just so you guys know, bro, if you hold a trade without a profit stop, or you go far out of the money, it's impossible to be green every single day. 100%. The market doesn't always go in our direction, and it doesn't always get big moves. So if I entered a scalp and I was wrong about the trend, it could still work. I could still be green as fuck. If you hold a trade, it's a different story. You could be wrong about the trend, not make any money. You can hold the trade, it can go green to red, not set a profit stop. See what I'm saying? So if you guys want to be green every single day, you know what to do, bro. You know what to fucking do. I told you what to do. You know? Some people don't give a fuck. They're like, I don't want to be green every single day. I want to be green every single week. You know? La di da di da. Everyone has their systems to make money. I'm just saying there is systems out there where you could be green every single day. It's living proof, bro. Living proof. If we sold the trades, they all would have been banked. 25%, 40%. All wins. All wins. You know? Even when I'm losing, I'm winning. That's why scalping just has such a superior edge. Even when I'm losing, I'm winning. The trades won first. You know? If people don't want to sell, then don't sell. Aim big. Sometimes you're going to hit big, sometimes you're not. You know? The market can't sit here and do exactly everything we want it to do every single day in every variable. There's so many variables to trading. It can have a big move, it can have a small move. We could be wrong about the trend, but right about the scalp. So it works anyways, because we take profits and set profit stops. We can be right about the trend, hold the trade, bigger gains, get profit stopped out when the market goes full degenerate like it's been doing, right? So there's just no reasons to be red. The only reason to be red is if someone held the trade and didn't set a profit stop. That's the only reason. If you guys want to hold your trades, hold your trades. Well, what about profit stops? So there's no reason. Losing's a personal choice. If you're red, that is 100% on you. 100%. You know, it is what it is, man. If you guys want to aim big and not manage that, then it's a long-term result. Some days you're going to be red, some days you're going to be green. That's how it works. If you're not going to manage a winning trade and you're just going to hold it, some days you're going to be green, some days you're going to be red. So the wins have to be bigger than the L's. So you should be green every single week, but every single day, nope, it's not going to be green every single day, bro. There's no way in fucks. There's just too many variables in the market. You got to think as well. It's like we were already right. How many times could we be right? We were right here. We were right here. That's 2 times. How many more times can we possibly be right? The market's not always going to give us a big move. It's 100% the best setup at the best price. All of the trades worked. It's just the market, it never had a big move yet. It never crashed. It never spiked. It just channeled. Sometimes it does this. That's why I tell people all the time, the most superior edge, if you want to be green every single day and never have a red day, right? Just because you never have a red day doesn't mean that other systems that have red days are better. You know what I mean? There's other systems that make bigger gains, bigger returns. They have a fuck ton of red days. You know what I'm saying? But if you never want to have a red day, set a profit stop. You know what I'm saying? Set a profit. If you're green, you set a profit stop. You'll never lose. How are you gonna lose? I was green on the trade. If a trade goes up 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, how am I gonna lose? It's green every fucking time. Every trade I entered is green. All we do is win. So it is what it is, bro. We tried our absolute best. You know, there's not a lot of time left. Um, is it possible? Yes, it is possible. This could have a bigger breakout. It is, but with what just happened, it's not gonna have a big move all the time, dude. These motherfuckers had all the time in the world to have a bigger move, you know? So with the shit that they just pulled, this is one of those situations where um sometimes it's gonna happen and sometimes it's not. You know? It's like it's a long-term game. This trade is a long-term game. Unless you take your gains. So yeah, the whole market got fucking cooked. You know? The only people after 11:20, if you made a new trade, bro, the scalpers are the only ones who won. They're the only ones. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh my goodness, bro. Shit is fucking crazy, man. What a crazy fucking thing. Shit is fucking insane. Fucking gosh, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. People like holding. Well, if you like holding, you gotta look at it from a long term game. Because if you look at it short term, you're gonna sit here and say, bro, this is the most degenerate fucking thing I've ever fucking seen. I could have just bought, you know what I mean? Like, holding's all about bigger wins and smaller L's, you know? I mean, everything in trading in general is like that. It's just you guys have to decide how you want to get that. Like, this is fucking bro, they fucked up. The only move left on the board is 3:30 p.m. That's it. That's the only move left on the board. They can flush this and spike it like fucking crazy, and the calls could 10x if we buy another contract. It would seem a little unusual for this to just keep dropping. There's likely more higher probabilities that if this crashes now, then it spikes after 3:30. But it could still flush, you know? The market right now is fucking absurd. Just channeling in a slow fucking channel where if people aren't taking gains, they're taking L's, you know? Like it's been happening for fucking since 11:30, bro. The moment I turned on my stream, the market just died. It's fucking crazy. As soon as I got in, the whole fucking market just died out. It was fucking perfect in the morning. As soon as I got on the trade, it fucking died. And all of the trades worked. All of the trades still worked. But yeah, bro, everything is fucking cooked, bro. And everything is fucking cooked to a fucking stratosphere right now. Literally, this is fucking insanity. Everything is fucking. Dude, everything is fucking chopped, clipped, cooked, decayed, fucked. This could be a rare play where something from 0 goes to 100, or the market just dies. Um, you know? That's the rarity of the situation. The market just dies or this spikes like fucking crazy. You know, this just channels and fucking dies. I don't think we're gonna get this whole idea of new lows, new lows, new lows. We're either gonna die or fucking spike like crazy after 3:30. So yeah, you know, this has been dead for fucking hours. It's just so insane, bro. Like such good trades, such good confirmations, such good levels. And we were in towards the lows. Yet if you held them, you know, at this point it's literally relying on the last 30 minutes to have a big move that might not happen. So it's insane. We really did. We tried everything we could have possibly done. It worked to the degree of scalping. So if you sold your green, if you're holding, you're either going to be red or go red to green. You know, you can still go red to green, but people who sold, they're already green. And people who sold their contracts, they're already green, bro. This was an amazing this was an amazing trade that worked out twice. The SPX contracts went up 40% plus. So the wins were there. They were definitely there. And if you look at the green was there. The green was there. The green was definitely there. It was definitely there. This is fucked. It's trying to do the same shit. It's just trying to drop right now. It's doing the same pattern. It's fucking. Oh man, bro. Welcome to the man. You guys found the most degenerate day to hold a trade. Oh my gosh, bro. You know, this is the most degenerate fucking day to hold a trade. This literally is a scalping day. 3:30 p.m. It's either gonna spike or just crash. Like, that's a scalp. This whole day is scalping. If you didn't scalp and didn't sell, bro, if you guys didn't sell, you have the worst entries. This whole day was fucking, you know what I mean? This whole day was literally fucking, well, not the whole day, but, you know, ever since 11 a.m., 11:30 a.m., it's all scalping. Every trade, it's literally a scalp at this point. If they held the trade, you know, it's fucked. Holding got fucked. Even 3:30 to 4, if it has a big move, it's a scalp. You can still hold and go green, but bro, all those trades, it turned into a scalping market. It turned into what the market always is. You know, that's why it's just so easy to never be wrong. Because if the market is always a scalp, how could you be red? Do you not know what you're doing? You know what I mean? If there was always a scalp, if the market always had a move big enough to scalp, which it does, being red simply means the person has no fucking idea what they're doing, or they don't have a 100% success rate, and they're gonna be wrong 1 to 2 times. You know, that's all it means. So, yeah, that's where we're at, man. The market is fucked. It's a scalping market. You know, before then, it was a hold market. You see what I'm saying? That's why I don't like the idea of holding, holding, holding. Because sometimes it's time to hold, but it's always time to scalp. And you can hold a scalp if the market goes straight up. You can just hold it instead of profit stop. That's why when it comes to high win rates, the people with the highest win rates, you get in, you get out. For those of you who actually give a shit about that. I know some of you guys, you're like, I just want the biggest percentage gains. La di da di da, give me the biggest gains. Some of you guys don't want to be green every single day. But if you scalped, you should be green every single day. There's just no reason for someone to be red if they scalp. There really is no reason, no. It's a logical move. The market has scalps every day. You do what you're supposed to do. You're going to be right almost every single time, and that's it. I mean, nobody could be right 100% of the time, but like, if you scalp, you have higher probabilities of not having a loss because in terms of a win rate, the market doesn't always have big moves, you know? It just doesn't. I mean, the ultimate formula is to hold something that doesn't decay, you know? If you guys hold something that doesn't decay, you can then literally hold it and then you'll have a higher chance of winning. But if you hold something that decays, then you have a lower chance of winning, you know? Like, if I would have went with ES futures, I could have bought right here, sold right here. I would have been barely fucking green on that. You know what I mean? So, in terms of win rates, fucking things that don't decay and you hold them, that will create the highest win rate. If you scalp, your win rate's not going to be as high because sometimes you're going to get stopped out. If you hold forever, hold something to fucking zero that doesn't decay, and you'll have the biggest win rate in the game. If you guys want the biggest win rate, that's literally it. For those of you who want a win rate, that's what I would tell people. I'm like, bro, if they want the highest win rate, buy an asset class that doesn't decay and hold it instead of profit stop. If you hold a trade and it goes down, it can go back to green. It could turn into a win, right? So if you manage your risk, you can hold the trade. If you scalp and try to time it perfectly, you can get stopped out, you know? So that means you have probabilities of losing if you don't time it perfectly. But if you hold a trade that doesn't decay and you can just hold the L for a very long period of time, you'll have the highest probabilities of winning. It's as simple as that. You know, things that decay are less probabilities to win. But I'm still in this trade, bro. You know, this is insane, bro. I'm either gonna end my day green or red. Like, the moves on the chessboard are running out. There's only one more move left. It's after 3:30. And if I do that move, I'm risking another L. I don't like to go over two L's, but fuck it. I might take the risk. I might take the risk and risk one more. At the end of the day, bro, these trades were green. So the trades were green. They all worked. If you hold, they can go more green, but they can also go more red. Um, but we'll see, man. Every single time this has spiked, the market crashed. So to sit here and say that it's going to break out seems a little obscene. But every once in a while, the market does something a little bit obscene, you know? So we'll see, man. I mean, I'm still in on the trade, so this is fucking insanity, bro. Like, look at this. You know, people will look at holding, they'd be like, this is fucking horrible. It's decaying, you're holding this. It's fucking, you know what I mean? I could have just been green if I just bought ES futures or if I just sold the option trades. I would have been green and just went on with my day. But I'm holding these trades that are clearly like on the most insane side of the spectrum. You know, this is insanity. We need a big move in 30 minutes. We might get it, we might not. You know, it might drop, it might die, it might go up, it might not go up enough. There's just too many things. There's too many things that can go wrong. That's the only problem with holding. It doesn't matter though if the gains are bigger, you know? Um, but yeah, we'll see, dude. This is the most insane trade we made for the entire week. Everything was confirmed bullish. Oh, all right. All right, we got it down up. Bro, bro, we got it down up. We're good. It looks good. It looks crystal fucking perfect. This looks perfect, bro. You know? I understand. We're going up against the law. We really are. Look, bro, every spike. Dude calls it like you'd have to be mentally fucking insane to buy calls, bro. It's like every fucking spike got shorted, bro. Every spike got shorted today, and it went lower. To sit here and say that that's gonna change last 30 minutes, look, at least it's a realistic time that it could change. Because 330 to 4, the market either dies and fucks everyone's YOLOs like it's done the past couple days, or it has a big move. And just because it has a big move doesn't mean we're going to be on the right side. But everything's bullish. But if we look at the, if we look at the short-term time frames, every single fucking spike got shorted and price just kept trying to push lower. Obviously, right now, it's not trying to push lower. It's trying. It's trying its fucking best to break the fuck out. It's fucking trying. And the confirmation is bullish. So for those of you, holding this trade or you want to make another trade during the power hour, look, if you're doing the power hour YOLOs, calls is the highest probability. Look at the chart. Everything is green. The price is trying to push higher. Green down, green up. There's no reasons for puts. Every once in a while, the market does some fuck shit and does the complete opposite. The main problem I see with the bulls is just how fucking insane it is to buy calls at resistance. Like we're clearly sitting at some resistance, right? Every single resistance level today dropped. It never had a breakout. It just kept on fucking dropping. So I see the insanity in the idea, but when it does come to charts, everything is bullish, bro. Everything is bullish, but we're literally going against something that has crashed nonstop every single time it touched a resistance level. That means all of the odds are out of our favor. It really does. Like, they're gonna need a big move, fucking miracle for this to work out. Because, like, every single spike crashed. That's why, So, even though it looks bullish, the probabilities are not in our favor, which is insane. That's like a peak insanity market. Everything looks perfect, everything's bullish, but every fucking time it touches a resistance level, it gets slapped. To sit here and say this is going to be the one time it doesn't get slapped out of the 1,000, it's a little absurd. We are trading during an absurd period of time. 330 is the craziest time to trade. Either nothing's going to work, everything will die, or it's going to have a big spike or a big crash. 30-minute chart says it's going to try to spike, but everything else says every single spike got shorted. So if you buy the spikes, you're exposed to losing. That's what this shit's, you know what I mean? So it's fucked. Everything is fucked. The whole market got fucked. It really did. The whole market got absolutely fucking destroyed. I turned on my stream, the whole market fucking, it just froze. As soon as I turned on the stream, the market froze. And then I tell people all the time, this is the worst time to trade, fucking middle of the day. This is when this bullshit happens. It happens during the middle of the day. But it usually has big moves. Like fucking, this literally had no big moves. All it did was just channel range for fucking ever. So, bro, we got 29 minutes on the shot clock. This is insanity. This is peak market insanity. Like, it really is. Bro, if it can just hold right around there, it should break out. But it has to hold. I'm convinced if we can just hold around here, right around this 776, if we can just hold the line there, we should get a breakout, which could bring the calls green. It really could. Especially that SPX trade. It can go super fucking green. But if it drops below that line, bro, I don't think it's going to be able to come back to edge after that drop. You know what I mean? So basically, this looks bullish. But it's only bullish if it can hold the line, bro. If it can hold the line, it's only bullish if it can hold the line. So that's how I see this right now. Like, but even though it looks bullish, there's just so many fucking things against us. Like, it's absurd. So, let's see. All right, so guys, look, this right here. If we hold above that, the calls should work. If not, But that's even if we get a big move. Just because we hold above that doesn't mean they're gonna work. We need a big move too. So we need two fucking things. We need to fucking hold above that line, and we need a big move. And the contracts are decaying, and SPY is dying at resistance. So we're gonna need this shit to pick the fuck up to have a shot at this trade here, man. This is peak fucking insanity, bro. Look at this SPX trade. It's fucking dangling at my fucking strike for fucking hours, bro. Look at this. I went with a 7-7-8-5 call. All it's done, it went deep in the money here. Look at this, bro. This went to 7. This shit. Let me zoom out of this. It went nicely in the money there. The trade was up 50% right here. Drop back down, and now it's just fucking dangling right at our fucking strike. Teasing the fuck out of us. Fucking insanity, bro. And then the other strike we bought, this is even fucking more absurd. It's in the money. This shit is fucking crazy, bro. We bought this one in the money when SPY was at 77640, and the price is almost there. Like the fucking insane. This is the most insane market. People can see why I love scalping because look, there's no big moves, and we still bought at amazing prices. These were amazing fucking prices. This was a 30% spike. This was a 40% spike and a 50% spike. That's fucking amazing considering how shit and choppy and small the price action was for fucking hours. From a scalping perspective, these were very good trades. But man, we're just going up against so much right now. In terms of holding the trades, we're going up against every fucking thing. You know, it's insanity. It really is. Like, this is fucking crazy, man. We literally need this shit to break out, like, soon. These contracts are decaying at the speed of fucks. They're literally decaying at the speed of fucks. You know, like, this is no longer speed of light. This is speed of fucks. This thing has been fucking everyone if they haven't been buying and selling. But if the market has a big move and it's in our favor, we are right at the money. You know, so we're not gonna have the problem of being too far out of the money. The entries were good, the strikes were not out of the money, so it's like, bro, all this fucking needs is just a fucking dollar spike. I do understand we're asking for a lot. We really are. If we look at this chart here, it does appear to be we are asking for the impossible, which really pisses me off because we're at an amazing price to be buying calls. And the chart is fucking bullish. This isn't some like bearish degenerate chart. This like actually looks good. But it could just fly off a fucking cliff. It really could. But bro, if this just holds, it should spike. But we need a big move. So guys, everything is fucked. This is the most degenerate fucking trade I've seen on the fucking planet. They give us the best setup. They give us the best price. They give us the best confirmations. They even give us the scalps. They give us every fucking thing. But due to holding the trades, they're red. You know what I mean? Not due to holding trade, due to not setting profit stops. They're fucking red. So they literally gave us everything except for fucking the big move. The big move never happened. But this was a nice move. You know, like this right here, this was a nice move. SPX fucking calls went up 50% in this move. So that was a nice move. We were definitely expecting much bigger, you know? And if you do that, you got to figure out how you want to manage that. Do you want to set a profit stop? Do you want to sell it? Do you want to hold some runners? Do you want to go green to red? You know, like fucking. But man, this is just amazing. This whole market just supports the whole fucking just to scalp if you want to be green every day. Because if all we did was scalp, we would have been green again. You know, I tried everything I could do for this to work. Confirmations, best prices. It never crashed. It didn't crash big enough. It didn't spike big enough in terms of holding. And it just fucking went full fucking degenerate. You know? So, welcome to the market, bro. You know? The only reason why people lose, the only reason why people have losses is because they don't hold long enough. If they held long enough, they would never be stopped out. And then if the trade's green and they set a profit stop, they'd be green, right? But if you know how to scalp, you don't even have to do that. You can just get in, get out. But the longer someone holds, the higher probabilities they have of a red trade going to green. That's where holding is superior in that way of not having L's, because you can just have an L and it can come back to life and go green. Um, you know, this is insane, bro. This is fucking insane. Look at that. It wants to spike, but the market is just a shithead right now. You know, I tried everything I could have done. I did everything I could have possibly done. This is insane. This is basically like the market telling me that, like, you know, this is like death if someone doesn't sell for profits. Like, look at that, bro. Every trade worked. This is literally death if they didn't fucking, you know what I mean? This is literally like losing. The fuck? Like, fuck else. Fuck losing. Like, this is crazy, man. If this can just go to 777, we should be green. You know? All it has to do is spike 80 cents. Fucking A, man. It just has to spike 80 cents for us to be green. I know it's a lot to ask for in this market because apparently it went full fucking degenerate at the best levels. You know? It's fucking crazy. Like, damn, bro. They really are fucking. Hmm. This is crazy, man. We're gonna either end this day green or fucking red. You know? This is insanity. If it goes up 70 cents, we'll all be green. All we need to do is go up 70 cents and we'll all be green. If it doesn't, we're red. Unless you guys took your gains, you know? I'm sure some of you out there took your gains. I'm sure some of you are like just bitching and whining and complaining and losing your fucking shit. It's like, bro, holding trades is hard, dude. It's not easy, you know? The market doesn't always go straight up, you know? Set profit stops. Like, this shit is not fucking easy, man. I mean, I think timing something at the exact lows, I think that's easy. You know, I bought the trades, they went up. To me, I think that's easy. But holding these fucking trades, bro, it is not fucking easy. 100%. If you guys want to hold your trades, dude, this is not easy. You got to manage the trade, you know? Set the profit stop. Like, it's just not as easy to hold a trade. A scalp, you get in, you get out, you want to hold, you set a profit stop, move it up higher. Sometimes scalps turn into big wins because, you know, sometimes all the market does is go straight up, you know? Sometimes holding trades don't work because the market's fucking degenerate, you know? It's like, but if you guys optimize for scalping, you'll see you'll be green every day, 100%, bro. Like, bro, since I didn't sell, for me to be green today, this has to spike 80 cents. We need the price to go up 80 cents from the current price for me to be green. It has to do that. Unless I make another trade. You know, it literally has to fucking go up 80 cents. It's like it already went up. It already went up. You know what I mean? I entered, it went up. I entered, it went up. So the shitty price action, all of the fake outs, no time on the shot clock, and the decay is fucking everything. But if you just bought and sold, you'd be green. Simple as that, bro. It's crazy. I turned on my live stream, the whole market flipped. The market literally froze as soon as I got on my stream. Like, that's fucking absurd. Like, big move, big move. I turned on my stream right here. This is where I turn on the stream. We had a fucking nice breakout, drop back down, and now it's just fucking dead. Like, the whole market froze ever since I turned on that button. And I turned that button on close to 12 p.m. You know? So those 12 p.m.s, man, they're motherfuckers. They really are. But yeah, we'll see, man. We got fucking 17 minutes for this to spike 80 cents. You know? I could have just fucking gotten out and called it for the day. But no, we're gonna hold this shit. No. Fucking bigger win. No. It's like, bro, this holding shit is insanity, bro. Bigger size, smaller percentage gains, better timing, bigger wins. It's the best. It never fails me. Never fails me. The holding shit, long term it works, but it gives me red. I just don't like red. I don't like red. You know, red is just such an ugly color. I just don't like it. You know, it's like I'm allergic to the red. Like, I just don't like the red. Red at some point, it's like the party stops, you know? Like the wins are bigger than the L's, but I just want to be green 24/7, you know? I don't want any red. It's just not attractive. It's just not, we can have bigger gains, but red? Oh man, just not, to try to get bigger gains, but to be red, you know? Red is just so disgusting. I mean, look at how traders are. They have one red day, they lose their fucking brains, you know? Like, they're fucking degenerates. They need to be green every single day for most people. They really need to, you know, for them to be in this game, they need to be green every single day. Because most people, someone has a red day and they're like, you know, they lose their fucking mind. I'm like, bro, if we would have scalped, we would have been green. You know? Like, fuck, we didn't scalp it. Maybe someone did, you know? I'm not pressing the buy button for it. But man, this is insane. Dude, I'm just, if this is a red day today, I'm just gonna take this as fuck, fuck green to red, bro. But I was already on that shit. But I just wanted to hold this one trade because it was such a good fucking opportunity, bro. That's why. Like, but you guys can still hold good opportunities. It's just if the market doesn't go straight up, you're gonna get profit stopped out, and then when it works, it's gonna go higher. But at least that way, you don't go green to red. You know? So it's like if you go green to red, you can have bigger gains on the wins, but then you're gonna have some L's. You know, so then the gains have to. You see what I'm saying? Like it's fucked. The market's fucked. I think for most people, they just have to be green every day. For a lot of people, they really need to. Dude, this is crazy. We had someone join Team Roar. I'm like, I don't know what fucking planet these people are on. Like, someone joined Team Roar and they were like, bro, literally G Roar, he had a red day. And they thought like he wasn't a good trader because he had a red day. I'm like, what fucking planet? Did they not just see every single day was green for a month straight? And the returns were multiple thousand percents. And there was no adding to the losers. And it was only two L's. And they were 100% L's. And then the next day, 400% wins. The first trade was a 300% win on calls. The next day was 100% win on calls. I'm like, what fucking planet are these people on? When did anyone say someone has 100% success rate in the market? You know what I mean? Like, what fucking planet? Do they not know big wins, small L's? Do not comprehend what the fuck is going? If someone is green 20 days in a row and then they have an L, how the fuck are they gonna give that back? You know what I mean? Do they not manage the risk? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. What are they just full porting every trade? Is that what they're doing? And then they have a red day and they're like, oh, my hero is red. He's not the guy. I'm like, dude, nobody's green every day. But I will say, bro, when it comes to scalping, I think green every day is a real thing. 100%, bro. If I just scalp, I'll be green every fucking day. If not, I'll just manage my risk. Fuck it. Like, we're gonna be green every single fucking day. Every single day, we're green. This shit is crazy, man. But yeah, dude, some traders, it's like, I don't know what fucking planet they're on. I mean, maybe they're not even traders. They're just following other people. Like, I don't, like, to sit here and say, like, it's just insanity. It's crazy. Um, well, this is shit, guys. It is what it is. We tried our best. We got 12 more minutes for, the Hail Mary miracle to come in here. Um, like I said, bro, if this is a red day for me, dude, I'm just gonna take my, like, fuck this holding, fucking, like, just take my gains, man. Holding's a long-term result, That's what it is. Some days, big wins, some days it's L's. That's what it is, Fucking, all they can do is set a profit stop. If they want a bigger win, then there is no profit stop, dude. The fuck? If you guys want bigger wins, you're gonna have to risk it all. Or you're just gonna have to get a move where the market goes straight up. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you guys want bigger wins, this is literally your option. You get in, it goes straight up, and then you sell some into spikes, and then you get profit stopped out on a dip, right? The bigger it goes up, the bigger the win. The better the timing, the more cheap and decayed the contract is, the bigger the win. You see what I'm saying? So if you want bigger wins, a move straight up, right? Or risk it all. See what I'm saying, bro? That's the only way. Manage your risk. If you want a big win, the market goes straight up, you win big. If the market goes full degenerate, you can sell some, you can set a profit stop, you can hold some for the bigger win, or you can risk it all, dude. It's your position size. It's what you guys are fucking sizing it. Like, you see what I'm saying? There's plenty of ways to win big. Some people might go, you know what? I only want to have a massive W when the market goes straight up. So once it goes full degen, I'm gonna start selling and I'm gonna get profit stopped out and risk missing out on the bigger win, right? Other people are like, you know what? Fuck it. Trades up 50%. I'm aiming for 200%. Have it drop 30%, and I'll make my 200%. You see what I'm saying, bro? So y'all need to figure out how you want to get your results. How do you want to win? How do you want to get the results you want to get? For me, it's always been the scalps. Every once in a while, this is what I'm doing right now. This is what I do the least. Is holding a full fucking Deegan trade. This is full fucking Deegan mode. But it didn't start out that way. It started out with we had a good idea, the trade went up, we wanted more. So like I said, if we want more, you can set a profit stop. You can take the risk of holding and risk it all, right? It's your choice, bro. I'm just saying this is like peak fucking degenerate. Like, the market's gonna close in 8 minutes. To be green, it needs to spike 60 cents. And we'll be green. We'll all be green if it spikes 60 cents. If you're not, you didn't fucking listen. So, man, this is full fucking degenerate. Dude, there's some degenerates there on Robinhood. They don't even have a chance. They're degenerates. Some degenerate on Robinhood bought a call right here, and then Robinhood sold their options at 3:30. Bunch of fucking degenerates. See what I'm saying, bro? Like, I'm in the craziest fucking niche. This is zero date options. This is the most insane fucking company to be running on the fucking planet. Like, who the fuck knows what the chat said? Who the fuck knows? With all the emotions and all the fucking Deegan moves, it's like, bro, this is the market. If the market's full fucking Deegan, decide what you want to do. Do you want to hold? Do you want to set a profit stop? You guys decide what you want to do. I mean, scalping, clearly, nobody's losing on the scalps. It's very clear to me that If someone enters a trade and it goes up, nobody's losing. You know, holding's a long-term result. It's not a guaranteed profit every fucking day. The market scalps every day. That's why I say there's no reason to be red if someone fucking scalps, bro. But no, every once in a while, I like to take a trade where I just fucking hold it, but those are the lowest probability trades, you know? And sometimes those trades don't start out that way. Sometimes they turn into that, you know? But this was a good opportunity um to fully hold 100%. It's just too good of a trade. It really is. The problem was the market died, right? So unless anyone knew that the market was just gonna die for the whole day, you know, the only way to prevent this was to just scalp. That's why with scalping, you don't even have to fucking know what it does. You really don't. You just need to know when to get in. You know, you're gonna buy it, you're gonna sell it. You could set a profit stop. You know, the market can go straight up, and then you get a bigger win compared to the other scalps. Market can go down, and then you cut it. You don't have to hold it to zero. See what I'm saying? You can add to the winners. Like scalping is just so fucking superior. But we got 6 minutes left for the most insanity of a fucking day to ever play out. You know, so like I said, bro, if this spikes, the hold was a W. If not, bro, then like I said, we just scalp, 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 scalp. You know what I mean? Scalp it. Fucking every once in a while, I do like to just hold a trade for the fucks of it. I do. Like everyone, like this was one of those trades. I was like, you know what? This looks like a good one. It was a good trade. It's just the market didn't have a big move, you know? So unless someone has a clear indication of 90% of the times when the market is not going to have a big move, you know what I mean? Like there's just not much all someone can really do is just scalp and manage the trade. Or just hold it, you know? But yeah, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. It's literally closing. Our trades are literally closing in the money and they're fucking like red. It's fucking, you know, we bought them in the money, you know? We paid a higher price. But it's insanity. It really is. I tried the absolute fucking best of everything I could have fucking done with this holding shit, and it didn't want to work out. Oh man, and this is crazy, bro. It's fucking crazy, man. 776, dude. It's fucking insanity, bro. Bro, this has 4 fucking minutes, dude. 4 fucking minutes. Oh my gosh, bro. Look at that fucking chart. It's fucking insanity, bro. Oh man. Bro, we're gonna have a red day, man. This is it. We're gonna have a red day. Oh man. 4 minutes left, bro. 4 minutes left. Fucking red. Oh man, bro. Oh man. Oh my gosh, guys. It's gonna be a red day, bro. Not the red day. Oh no. Oh my goodness, dude. We tried our absolute fucking. Damn. Look at that, dude. Dude, with the way this shit just closed in the fucking money, bro, this is like. Scalping is the most superior way, dude. You know? It's just too superior. There's just nothing more superior than scalping. It's fucking insane what someone can do with scalping. It's fucking insane, bro. It really is. It's absolutely fucking insane. Look at this. It's crazy. Yeah. I will say I never had a loss when a trade was green. If I set a profit stop or if I sold when I was green. So if people don't like to lose, you know, they found an answer right there. You know, I've never had no when I was green, bro. Never had a loss when I sold a winner or I set a profit stop. You know? And shit is ridiculous, dude. We tried everything we could have done. Literally everything. I showed up with maximum fucking competence. I mean, when it came to holding, if we were just gonna scalp that, you know, then just sell the rips, set the profit stops, you know? So, man, you guys see how it is, bro. You see how this holding shit is, bro. It's not fucking easy, dude. It's not easy to hold a trade. It's not easy to hold a trade that goes green to red. You know? Fucking not easy at all. If someone's gonna hold a trade that's green and then it goes red and they're not gonna set the profit stops and they're gonna not, you know what I mean? Well, the market's direction could change. The trend could change. Well, the market might not have a big move. You see, there's too many variables against someone. That's the problem. You know, there's too many things against them. They're gonna need bigger wins. Fuck, there's too much against them. Fucking hold a trade that's green, it goes red. You see what I'm saying? Bro, is this oh my god, this is the most degenerate fucking trade I've ever seen in my fucking life. I held this for like 4 fucking hours. And this is what it does. You gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Dude, our 776 calls are closing in the money. This is fucking crazy, bro. The calls are closing in the money. We have another 15 minutes for this to fucking bank. This is crazy. This could still be a dub. This is fucking insanity, bro. We have 15 fucking minutes for this. Oh my gosh, this is fucking crazy. Our calls are closing in the fucking money. This is fucking insanity, bro. This is fucking insanity. Man, this market is fucking cooked. Bro, I did everything I could have possibly done. We would have been green if we sold for profits. There's nothing else to be said, bro. I done every fucking thing I could have fucking done. We all would have been green if we took the gains. You know, someone watching this stream, they took the gains. You know, not everyone else, bro. Someone said, you know what? I'm gonna set a profit stop. You know what? I'm gonna take my profit. So losing is a choice, 100%. You know, if we hold another trade like this, the next one will be green, and then losing will be a choice long term. You know, um, so the next trade we hold like that, we're gonna aim for, you know, we'll get the bigger dub and we'll make that back easily. But bro, the scalping is just too superior. Every time I enter a trade, this shit is going green. If not, we can just cut it. It's like, you know what I mean? This holding shit is fucking up the flow. You know, we had a trade, it was green once, twice. Bro, we had a trade on it. That shit was green as fuck. This one was green. Dude, this trade was green twice too. It's fucking crazy. Look at this. This was green, all the profit gone, and then more green, and then more red. This was green, all the profit gone, green again, more red, more green. Bro, you see what I'm saying, bro? This is what I'm saying, bro. This whole idea of, at least for me, when I do it, it's just like, dude, I'm just so fed up with it. You know what I mean? Every once in a while, I'll see a good play, I'll be like, you know what? I'm just gonna hold this one. Dude, I just I can't fucking stand giving money back. I can't fucking stand long-term results. We're gonna be red this day, green on another day. You know what I mean? I just can't fucking stand it. Like, it's just not, it works long term, but at least for how I trade, it's just not, you know what I mean? It's just not, I just don't fuck with it. Like, if there's a rare opportunity, I might say fuck it and hold it. Obviously, I'm gonna size in lighter, right? To supplement the scalps, but like, dude, it's just too degenerate. It's just too degenerate for me to really, almost a lot of the times, it's just so fucking, it's like you hit 1,000% and then a fuck ton of L's. It's still green, but like L's and fucking, you know, it's just like, it's like, you know, nobody likes L's. L's are just so. I mean, there's clearly other traders who are better at just holding this shit than me. You know? That's why, in a sense, I shouldn't even do it. Because then that's gonna make me look shit. You know? There's clearly other traders in the world who are fucking better, at holding trades than I am. You know? Because, bro, sometimes I do this. They go green to red, and I'm like, the fuck? This is fucking, I could have just fucking, like, oh man. Today was something else, man. This is an interesting day. Bro, I'm just gonna take it as this, like, we're just gonna focus on scalp, 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 scalp. You know, we always have. It's just today, the opportunity was too good. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start light. I'm gonna hold the trade. And it worked until it didn't. You know, the market never gave us a big move. That was the problem. It's like, I would say the Bulls win. You know, the Bulls, I would say they win. The Bulls won it. The Bulls were right, but the market didn't have a big move. You know, ever since we started buying calls, it started flipping bullish and it started reversing. We went with our game plan, which was fucking genius, to buy calls at oversold dips, and it literally worked. It literally worked. It worked twice. The game plan worked twice. But it did not work for those holding for the bigger gains. Nope. Didn't work for them. So that's the market, guys. You know, you can trade the best setups at the best prices and you can, put all the probabilities in your favor. Well, there's no guarantees it's going to have a big move. And you can use some sort of indicator or however you guys determine if it's going to have a big move or not. You can use that, but whatever you're using, it's not going to be right 100% of the time. So this is why I say when it comes to like being right, scalping is very superior because you only have to be right about the timing. You know, that's it. If you're right about the timing, it works. If you're not, eventually you have to get out of the trade, right? And another superior thing to do if you want to win is just hold trades. If you hold a trade and it's fucking red, it can come back to green. So if you sell that for profit, boom, fucking red to green. But if you hold a trade that's green to red, then you're at risk of getting fucked because the trade was already green. You know, you have to. How many times could someone be right in a row? You know, I was on a crazy fucking win streak too. Like, how many times can someone be right to a certain degree? All right, let's buy calls. Let's buy calls. The calls went up a fuck ton, and then they collapsed. Let's buy calls. The calls went up a fuck ton. Then they collapsed, right? So if we're gonna keep on holding that, how many fucking times to levels to degrees can we actually be right? You know what I mean? I get it. Like if the bigger idea was to hold the trade, but it's like, bro, how many fucking it's like it's insanity. It really is. So, um, every once in a while I might hold a trade like that just, blindly. I mean, we had all the confirmations to do it, so I was like, fuck it. But it just goes to show you, if you guys want to win every single day, you know, the best move on the chessboard is to fucking you get in, you just don't go green to red. Figure out how you want to trade and don't go green to red. That's the best move on a chessboard, So if you want to be green every single day, figure out what asset class you guys want to trade, how you want to trade it, and don't go green to red. You know, going red to green is completely fine. You can size in small enough where you can hold an extraordinary drop percentage wise, and then it goes green, and then you're green, right? Um, but going green to red, it just fucking pushes it, man. We pushed it too fucking much. Dude, if I would have bought futures right here, I could have sold that for a fucking profit. Futures aren't decaying. I could have bought futures right here. It dropped. I could have sold the peak right here. Everything has their own advantages. But it just goes to show you, if trades go up, losing's a choice. If the trades are always going up, And coming back to it is a choice. It's really just about understanding asset classes of how you want to trade it and managing the risk. But this was just so fucked, guys. I hope someone out there is green. I really do. Um, and everything's a choice, So what we did, we decided to hold the trade. We were right about the direction. It did indeed go up. This went to 77650, and the market didn't have a big move. So, it is what it is. The market does not always guarantee big moves. The one thing the market guarantees is direction. Something's going to go up or something's going to go down. So, what asset class are you going to buy? How long are you willing to hold that if it goes red, right? And then going green to red, you're back in the red. So losing is a choice. If someone's positioned to hold a trade red enough where it comes back to life, they have higher probabilities of winning than someone who has a tight stop on a scalp. But everyone has their skill sets where it makes sense for them to do different things than other people because they're just good at a specific action, right? But like I said, if you guys give yourself time to hold an L, you know, you have a greater chance of going red to green and winning because you're holding an L and it can go back to green, right? Compared to someone who times something perfectly. That's what I do. I tend to time perfectly. And if it goes against me at some point, I got to get out. I don't like risking at all. At some point, I like to get out of the trade. Um, but yeah, you guys can just see when it comes to making money in the market, if you want to win every single time, you guys see what it takes, bro. You know? Direction is guaranteed. Big moves are not guaranteed. So if there is a guarantee in this market, it goes up and down and it has small moves. So if someone wanted to be green every single day, they would say, what do I do if the price goes up and down, um, guaranteed, and to have small moves guaranteed? They would say, I have to scalp. The only disadvantage they have is if they don't time the trade good, they have to cut the loss at some point. Unless they're sizing it not fucking lightly and then adding to the winners and setting profit stops, right? So I hope you guys learned a lot from this. This stream was absolutely fucking legendary. We went out with the Bane, and all the Bane really told us was we'll never lose money if we just keep doing what we're doing. Long term, if we did what we did today, we'll be green. We'll hit a big win, right? But bro, if we just keep scalping, there's gonna be no else. Even on the trades that were red today, were green. So there is no, you know what I mean? It's like same day, same type of like everything worked. It just didn't work to the degree that we wanted it to work. So all we can do in that situation is manage the trade. If you want the big win, you basically have to risk it all a lot of the times. There is no other way. If people want a bigger percentage return, a lot of the times, the only way they're going to get it is if they hold it to zero. That's the only fucking way, and not everyone wants to do that. So, a lot of the times, you'll see when you're holding trades, you have to risk 30 to 50% gains for the 200% win if that's what you want to do. So someone would just sell it if they didn't want to take the risk. Someone else would sell a portion of it and then hold the runners. And then someone else would just risk it all. It's different systems. You see what I'm saying? Obviously, the person risking it all is doing a long term system where they don't, they're not trying to be green every single day, right? Because there's just no way. There's too many variables in the market where if someone's just going to hold something, especially if it's extremely far out of the money, um, they're just not going to be able to be green every single day because the market only guarantees up or down in small moves. So you got to pick a side and get in and get out. That's all it guarantees. It doesn't guarantee fucking today's going to be a big move. Today, the far out of the money trades are going to go deep in the money. You know, today the direction is going to work into our favor. It's like, bro, you can literally scalp a trade and be wrong and still make money. That's another reason why scalping is so fucking superior. Like, to a degree, you can be wrong about a scalp and still make money. You know, like the stop isn't that tight, and you can be wrong about the fucking trend and still make money scalping. That's another superior thing about scalping is you can make money trading against the trend. If someone's holding a trade, they have to be right about the trend. If someone's scalping a trade and their stop isn't as tight, you know, which it's not, they don't even have to be right about the trend. They can scalp the trend. So there's just so many, each system has their own advantages. But you can see like scalping is superior because someone doesn't even have to be right about the direction. You know, if they're wrong about the direction, then they have to be right about the timing. If they're wrong about the timing, then they have to be more right of the direction. You see what I'm saying? It's like, bro, it's fucking insanity. So, yeah, man, I'm gonna call it here. This has been an amazing green week. Everybody's green for the week. We're not risking all of our fucking profits on a red day. We're not fucking degenerates, you know? Like everybody's fucking green this week. For me, I'm red because I took the risk. I took the risk of holding. It is what it is, bro. You know? Now you guys can see if you want to take the risk of holding, some days you're going to be red, some days you're going to be green. You know? If you want to take the profits, it's like, well, every trade went up. You know, some went up more than others. Some didn't go up as much. I mean, the past 2 days, the trades went up a fuck ton and we fucking killed it. Today, the trades went up. They didn't go up as much, but bro, this was a 40% return on SPX. This was 40%. This was 30% twice. So I don't want to hear it, bro. If you guys are red, that's your fucking choice. I really don't want to hear it. You know, if you're looking at this as like, oh, well, we went with the long term play. Well, on the next long term play, we'll be green as fuck and we'll make it all back and more. It's like, bro, everyone has a choice. All the trades were green. Losing's a fucking choice. So, guys, I'm gonna call it here, man. Everybody's green on the week. It was an amazing week. Even on the worst of days possible, I still managed to buy the calls at the lows. We literally, bro, we bought SPX calls at the lows. We bought SPX right here. It went up 50%. So it is what it is, bro. You guys know the risk of doing things. No, we're not red for the week. We're not fucking degenerates. We were green every single day. Every single day we're green, we had a red day. Um, so yeah, it is what it is, you know? You take the risk, that's what happens. It is what it is. If we decide to hold another trade, the next one will be green and we'll make it back. There is no offset. We sized in lighter, you know? We sized in light. Everybody knows on scalps, we're doing bigger sizes. You know, if we're just gonna hold a trade like that and do both, then we're gonna size in lighter on that. It's common fucking sense. These trades are risk to zero. But yeah, man, scalping is just the most superior fucking thing on the fucking planet. And just holding L's that come back to green is very superior too. You know, it just all prevents losing if people want to actually win. So, yeah, I'm gonna call it here, man. You guys have an amazing week. It's been absolutely amazing. And this just goes to show you with what happened today on how hard it is, you know, to not scalp. The fuck? Like, look at this. If someone's not scalping and they're in that, they're fucking cooked, you know? If someone held a trade and turned it into a scalp, they would have been green. You know? If someone scalped a trade and turned it into a hold, they would have been red. Unless they're setting a fucking profit stop, right? So I gave you guys the answers, man. You know what to do. I'm gonna call it here. It's been amazing. This has been the most craziest fucking stream on the fucking planet. It really goes to show you just how superior getting in and getting out truly is. Um, you know, the market's good until it's not. So if it's not good and you get out, you're green. So it's fucking we had all the time in the world for a big move. Not a no big move. But guys, I'm gonna call it, man. This has been amazing. You guys have an amazing weekend. I'm gonna call it here. Um We'll have a video Sunday